what time it is. DJ Juicy J's greatest hits is on. We got Project Pat featured on this joint. DJ Paul Lord Infamous. Yeah, Skinny Pimp, Lyrical Dope. That's it. What's up, the MC Lick? Yeah, you're in this jump, my nigga.
Dropping that shit for your motherfucking ass. We're back to the main. Mr. Motherfucking Man. We gonna be doing that shit for your motherfucking ass, bitch.
It's your boy, Strategy Member. Welcome to the motherfucking show. I am Abandoned Nihilism. This is the News Underground, number one source for news on Twitch, without a doubt. Without a motherfucking shred of doubt. It's the number one source for actual usable information on Twitch. If you want to know how to fix this world, you found the right motherfucking place. Because I tell you what won't fix this world. Sticking your head in the sand, running like a coward. Unlike these Ukrainians, who are complete and total badass heroes, thwarting an invasion. Thank you to the soldiers of Ukraine for showing us what we need to do when the talking stops. More on this later. Welcome back, German Cow. Good to see you. We're listening to Iced Out Click, Dirty Down South, full tape. Hope everybody's having a good day, productive day. Sorry I haven't been able to stream. How you doing, Leon? Fuck communism. Wanted to start the day off with, a couple things that I saw. Fix this here. Hold on. Fix my shit. My shit's all fucked. Boy, I got that Uzi too. 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 fuck you and fuck you and fuck you. I heard you were jealous, so now I got my fucking boozy too. That's right. Real men defend themselves. Gays I don't have a problem with. You can be gay all day. I won't trip. Gay all day, baby. Not a single problem there. We gay all day. It sucks that they turned gay into like a bad thing because it's such a fun word to say. You know, of course, it used to mean happy, still does. But yeah, you know, I remember when I first moved to San Francisco, there was this campaign. I saw people wearing buttons that had gay with a, you know, no sign over it, you know, like the Ghostbusters no sign. And they weren't saying gay was bad. They were saying using gay as a pejorative was bad. I think I used that word right, pejorative, right? No. I don't even know how to spell it. Yeah, contempt or disapproval. Yeah. They're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's nothing wrong with being gay. What you talking about? So yeah, anyway, thank you, Leon, for coming in all the way from the UK. Your opinion's always valued. Big props to German Cow, and of course, strategy member, #1 in the chat. How gay the atoms and electrons are. I think Nietzsche has that book, The Gay Science. Isn't that a Nietzsche book? Let's see here. Yeah, that's Nietzsche. He was an interesting guy. He was a really interesting guy. Some of his books are pretty hilarious. Like there's one book where he satirically talks about how smart he is, how great he is. He just goes on and on and on about how clever he is. Very, very interesting. He does it in a satirical way. Yeah, look, man, I'm a democratic socialist, and you know, I'm sick and fucking tired of commies, and that's all I'm going to say about it. Let's start off right here with what's happening over there at CBS News, proudly converting themselves into a propaganda network. And this is the results. The main thing that I wanted to point out is that the owners of CBS, the ones who have intentionally turned CBS into this right-wing propaganda outlet, don't care about the ratings. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, yeah, they care a little bit, but the high ratings or decent ratings are the cherry on top. What they really care about is that they've destroyed CBS, that they've destroyed this, you know, and I'm not going to call it, you know, what you hear some people say, oh, you know, it's the network of Walter Cronkite, it's the network of, you know, legitimate news and all that. Don't fucking make me laugh. You know, CBS hasn't been, you know, a truly legitimate source of journalism since the fucking Vietnam era. Okay? You know, when neoliberal billionaires bought up all of our news in the 70s, CBS has been a shadow of itself ever since. And in a way, this is kind of what they deserve for not, you know, not presenting truth as it should be presented. Because, you know, corporate media has a bias. They call, I think it's called the establishment bias, the status quo bias. And, you know, CBS, ABC, CNN, MSNBC, all these so-called supposedly liberal networks, they lie by omission, which means is that they don't tell us certain things. They leave certain details out of stories. They're happy to warmonger when it benefits them. They're happy to support corporate narratives, and they're always doing the both sides nonsense. Well, here's the fascists say one thing, and then the corporate neoliberals say this other thing. People who advocate for peace and civilian, you know, regular civilian opinion is barely considered. So in a way, this is exactly what CBS deserves. With that said, corporate neoliberal status quo defending news is heaps better than the straight up fascistic right wing propaganda who just straight up lies to us. It's one thing to lie by omission. It's one thing to have a little shame in your lying, right? To be ashamed of yourself while you lie to the American people. It's another thing to do it with a big grin on your face and tell poor people and ignorant people, it's the brown person. It's the brown person over and over and over and over and over again. Oh, you got a problem? It's the brown person. Welcome back, Raj. Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a while. But so Hoodlum over here on Twitter, who pays Elon Musk $5 a month for some fucking reason. So that's a big L. You should stop giving Elon Musk the fascist billionaire money, Mr. Hoodlum. Just want to remind people who Elon Musk is. Currently trying to say his platform used to be called Twitter. You could easily trick Grok into generating child pornography, and he tries to make an argument that is somehow free speech. Because that's who these people really are. They're sadists. They're deviants. And they engage in pedophilia. Anyway, back to the story here. Tony's first week. Viewership for CBS Evening News declined by 11.4% overall during Tony douche. I'm just going to say Tony Doucherag's first week on the job. By the way, this guy's married to Katie Tur of MSNBC. She's the one that pretends like there's, both sides. She's always doing the both sides thing. I didn't need any help despising her, but this certainly makes the medicine go down a little harder, a little easier, I mean. But I just wanted to point out, you got, just as an example, you have the Blaze Network, Glenn Beck's network, funded by billionaires. They sell crap. They have sponsors. You got Ben Shapiro's network, whatever the fuck that's called, Key something or whatever. But these propaganda outlets that are owned by right-wing billionaires, good ratings is a cherry on top, is a nice to have. What's really more important is that they're reinforcing the lies, and that, of course, they're not speaking any kind of truth. So it's a victory for the right-wing oligarchy regardless of the ratings. But of course, at the end of the day, if the ratings are bad enough, you do see them pull away. In the case of Tim Pool, he's always having funding issues, it seems. Yeah, no one should take CBS seriously, but no one should have been taking CBS seriously for a long time. So like I said before, in a way, this is kind of what they deserve for being neoliberal, status quo, both sides, access journalism, losers for decades. Walter Cronkite over here spinning in his grave. Moving on to the next one. Wanted to just, give props to my boy, Mike Gravel, R.I.P. One of the realest. One of the fucking realest. This was a screenshot of a tweet, I think before Elon Musk took over, but I doubt he was paying. He was more like verified back when that system, was verifying real accounts. This was in 2019. Soon before his death, I believe. But if you don't know who Mike Gravel is, go ahead and look him up. Real motherfucker. But he said if Democrats nominate Joe Biden, he may win. And he'll have 4 years of weak, feckless Democratic leadership. And then in 4 years, he'll be defeated by a Republican Party even more openly white nationalist. If you nominate an Obama redux, you'll just get a worst Trump redux. Man was 100% correct. R.I.P. to one of the realists, Mike Gravel. You are sorely missed, sir. Barry Weiss is a confirmed piece of shit. Couldn't agree more. Wanted to talk about this incident here. Where'd it go? Oh, was that? Okay, that was my link. Hold on. Nope, that wasn't my link. No, that wasn't my link either. I mean, this is a good one, though. Whatever, we'll throw it in here. Well, I'm all over the fucking place. I got this in 2 different places, but no, I had him flipping off the protesters there. Yeah, I had that queued up somewhere. Oh, okay. Well, you're doing a great job, bro. You're doing a great fucking job. Let me get the screenshot over here. Yep, that's what I wanted to talk about there. And then there's a screenshot of him flipping off, someone who pointed out that he's a pedophile. See, oh my God, I post too much shit in this fucking Discord, man. Too much shit's going on. Used to not be that big of a problem. Yep, so there's a GoFundMe for this guy. Yep, okay, this is relevant. We'll open this one up. Where's the goddamn video of him flipping somebody? Okay, we'll just... All right, it's in here somewhere. I'll just pull it up. It's easy. But anyway, what happened, he was touring... He was touring a Ford plant, and someone yells at him, you're a pedophile protector. Right. Pedophile protector. Absolute hero. What kind of professional stream is this? Welcome back, Markov. Good to see you. The UAW posted a statement in response to that in support of the worker. Hell yeah, that's great. Yeah, because he was fired. But this actually has a good ending. So I just want to show you the disdain. Kind of looks like Chucky, the murderous toy right here. But I just want to show you the disdain he has for free speech, the disdain he has for regular workers. He doesn't give a rip about laborers. I guarantee you, he thinks, laborers, regular workers, blue-collar guys are suckers. I guarantee you. He's an oligarch through and through. Named his son Baron. Okay? Proud. He's proud of the fact that he's an oligarch. Proud of the fact that he's a teetotaling fancy boy with weak wrists. They treat those kind of things like badges of honor in the rich circles, right? I've never worked a day in my life. But anyway, here he is, probably saying, fuck you. Then he flips the guy off like a little coward bitch. Like a little bitch. Then he's like, oh, okay, I still need to be president. Oh, I know there's cameras everywhere. But look at that. Look at that weak fucking flip off. Me, wait. His little chubby fucking finger. Then he goes back to the act. He remembers he has to pretend to be a man of the people. Yeah, he says, fuck you. Fuck you. And there's the fucking boss right there. Towing the line. Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. No, sir. The motherfucker's on the short list to get deported, I'm sure. And you know why. Skin color's wrong. This is, of course, the opinions of the Republican Party. Right. So that's pretty cute. He's a piece of shit, but we all knew that. Ford has caved to MAGA pressure and suspended TJ Sabula, the auto worker who called Trump a pedophile protector to his face today. And this is what he said. This guy's a fucking badass. I don't feel as though fate looks upon you often, and when it does, you better be ready to seize the opportunity, Sabula said. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's exactly what the fuck I've been talking about. That's my whole existence right here. That's my whole fucking existence. We got some good news though, because the first thing I said to myself, where's the GoFundMe for this guy? Right? Where's the GoFundMe? Well, it's right here. And it's a legitimate one. The guy, it wasn't started by TJ Sabula. It was started by somebody else. And, unlike the right, who often will start GoFundMes and stuff for this kind of stuff and then bail with the money. an effort to transfer the GoFundMe to the person, to TJ Sabula, was started. I'm in direct contact. I'm working on transferring the donation project to TJ. I'm in direct contact with TJ. By the way, one of these was done for Rachel Nicole Good as well. And the family actually stopped the donations after it reached 250K or something like that, because they said, we would like you to, put that money towards causes that Rachel believed in. Just to give you an idea of how principled, honorable the left can be. Because you don't see any of this kind of activity on the right. I remember Steve Bannon fundraising for the wall, stealing the money. But anyway, update. TJ and I were able to successfully get the fundraiser transferred to his name and control. So this is guaranteed money going in his hands. 350 fucking K, baby. 350 fucking K. For calling the president what he is, a fucking pedophile, for doing something that the media would never, never fucking do. Because they're cowards, because they're bootlickers, because they're worried about their own individual careers. TJ wasn't fucking worried about that. He made a sacrifice. It'll be hard for him to get another job, let me tell you. All these right-wingers that own all these companies, all these, car manufacturing, all of them, they're all owned by right-wingers, all these billionaires. So he put himself on the chopping block. He made a sacrifice, and he's going to get some time to get another place, to get another, get another job. But it ain't easy. It ain't easy sticking your neck out, because it will be chopped at. I can guarantee you. If you would like to contribute to TJ's GoFundMe, here's the link right here. Oh, there's a fake one as well, huh? Interesting. Looks like there's several of them. It's hard. The thing is, though, is that if you're worried about fraud, here's the link, by the way. If you're worried about fraud, GoFundMe has a refund policy. There's no... Look at some of these donations. 5G, 50, 25. 9 minutes ago, Michael Wilson, $50. The right wing, they don't have control over this country like they think they do. But no, if you're worried about fraud, GoFundMe has a very generous refund policy. There's always a way to get your money back, so don't worry about that. Donate in confidence. Over 300,000 raised after Ford suspends worker who humiliated Trump in public. This man rapes children. Okay, and the media gives him the only reason he gets away with it is because the media gives him a pass. That's the same thing with almost everything else. Too afraid to ask questions, too afraid to stick their neck out. Even now, they covet this position of being in the press room where they have to listen to the professional liar Caroline Leavitt. And they just refuse to ask real questions. Oh, well, I won't be asked back. Oh, I'll get kicked out of the room. What's the point of being there? All you're doing, and he's proof, Donald Trump is proof, that all you're doing is laundering the image. All you're doing is, donating your credibility if you don't ask the questions, if you just sit there quietly. If you participate in access journalism, well, I won't get to ask the question. What's the point? Who cares? You can't. You get one opportunity to ask one question before your ass is kicked out of there. So you either sit there for days, months, years, not asking anything legitimate, and laundering this pedophile's image. Or you ask one legitimate question and walk out of the room a fucking badass. Decision's pretty easy to me. Anyway, this comedian who's been making the rounds lately, I've seen him quite a bit, pretty popular dude, Gian Marco. He doesn't appear to give Elon Musk $5 a month. But he's pointing out the hypocrisy. It's like, wait a minute, don't you fuckers pretend to give a shit about free speech? Oh, it's free speech all day when I want to say the N-word. when I want to talk about the great replacement theory, oh, my wife doesn't want to fuck me anymore. It's because of brown people. Free speech, free speech. But when someone actually exercises their free speech, it's, oh, fire them, get rid of them. Ah! And it's, you know, it's one thing to kick somebody out of your Twitch channel, right? Because when I kick somebody out, does that nullify their Twitch account? Does that prevent them from speaking? No, it doesn't. That's you know, what they want is they want them to be completely silenced, remove your career removed. When I ban somebody from my Twitch chat, do they get fired from their job? No. I said it before, I'll say it again. Banning somebody from my Twitch is the same as kicking somebody out of my house. You know, I kick somebody out of my house that I don't like, they can go right to the sidewalk and they can talk all the shit that they want. There ain't shit I can do about it. And that's what I support. Free speech doesn't mean I have to listen to and agree with what people are telling me. Free speech just means you get to say it in spaces that are free. In my own home, in my own show. It's not a motherfucking democracy here. This is a motherfucking place where regulators get shit done. We don't allow people to divide and conquer us, to weaponize free speech against us. So you goddamn right I moderate my chat, because I'm not going to have motherfuckers wasting my precious chatters, my viewers' time with a bunch of distractions, with a bunch of racism. Your time is too precious, and I know goddamn well my time is too precious. But anyway, he's over here. Liberals got to do this for what this guy, conservatives do for whatever someone gets fired for saying the N-word at work. Totally agree. This is the Midas Touch, who gives Elon Musk $5 a month. These guys are ex-Republicans, by the way. They probably still consider themselves Republicans. Saying here, the UAW worker at the Ford factory whom Trump called out after the worker called him a pedophile protector has been suspended from his job pending an investigation. Investigation for what? Being a badass? Yeah, I'm sorry. My nuts are 4 times the size of an average man. Yeah, guilty. Welcome back, Simply Steve. He says he has definitely no regrets whatsoever, adding, this is what he said. TJ Sabula, 40-year-old United Auto Workers local 600 line worker at the factory, told the Post that he was the one shouting at Trump. He said he's been suspended from work pending an investigation. Quote, as far as calling him out, definitely no regrets whatsoever, Sabula said, though he added that he is concerned about the future of his job and believes he has been, quote-unquote, targeted for political retribution for embarrassing Trump in front of his friends. Sorry, shouldn't have ate a cold pizza before I started the stream. Sabula identifies politically independent and said he never voted for Trump, but he has supported other Republicans. Boo. He estimated that he was roughly 60 feet away from Trump on Tuesday and that the president could hear him very, very, very clearly. He said he was specifically referencing Trump's handling of the Epstein matter. Quote, I don't feel as though fate looks upon you often, and when it does, you better be ready to seize the opportunity, Sabula said. And today, I think I did that. You absolutely did. You absolutely fucking did. Yeah, we were just talking about it, Ice King. I showed the footage. No, if you're looking through my window, that means you're on my fucking property, strategy member. So no, you're not allowed to be on another man's property. To peer into his fucking window. You can stand on the fucking sidewalk and look into my window if the curtains are open. But no, you can't stand on my front lawn or my backyard. You can't be on my property and look into my window, technically. Need to get the fuck off my property. I'm fired up, so I apologize for the harsh words, strategy. Want to just show this here, this, meme, whatever. But They're going to gaslight us. They're always going to gaslight us. You know, I think of like Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Or Trayvon Martin, where they, you know, they gaslight us. Don't believe what you saw. You know. Oh, this is all Antifa. Right. This is all Antifa. All these right-wing racists, these mediocre men waving Trump flags with their Trump paraphernalia. They had fucking T-shirts made for this event. Right. And by that logic, shouldn't the cops been able to open up fire? Right. According to right-wingers and their logic. Right. Because that's what they say right here with Renee Nicole Good. I always call her Rachel. I'm sorry about that. It's not intentional. But with Renee Nicole Good here. Right. Don't believe what you said. You know, don't believe what you see. And we can do whatever we want. You're not allowed to, but we can. So according to their logic, this is all a bunch of Antifa leftists. Shouldn't the cops been able to open up fire? I mean, that's the thing, though, simply. No, they are high. They are. They were smoking weed in the Capitol. So, no, weed isn't going to fix this shit. A good ass whooping is what's going to fix this shit, politically and physically. That's the only thing fascists respond to. Getting embarrassed. So never, ever, ever let them gaslight you. Never. Moving on. This guy named Cuck Turd has been making the rounds. Doesn't give Elon Musk money, but he's a parody of the Cat Turd right-wing fascist account. And here they are, Republicans, once again voting against overtime, voting against blue-collar workers. They do this against veterans. They do this against sick people, old people, disabled people, children. And now, you know, just blue-collar workers who would like to earn overtime. House Democrats defeat a Republican bill to let employers deny overtime pay or minimum wage to workers if they classify time worked as job training or education. How many times have you been dragged in to your fucking place of employment for some anti-union training, for some education, some shit you have to sit through? I'd make them work when they would make them do this. I'd ask them a bunch of fucking questions. And I did it, you know, I'd ask those questions as well during the sexual harassment trainings as well, when it was, you know, a bunch of pseudoscience about, how we, I'll just leave it at that. I was like, okay, you know, who's the author? You know, who's the doctor? Who's the psychologist? Who's the person that's coining these new terms that we have to start using? You know, and it's like there's nothing wrong with respect, but there's also wrongthink and pseudoscience that is often used by corporations to control people in a way. I'll leave it at that. But Cuckturd over here saying, hey, MAGA, explain to us morons why you don't want to be paid for overtime and how it owns the libs. They're not pro-worker in the slightest. They hate your guts. They want to replace you with fucking robots, and I got proof right here. Donald Trump just casually, I saw it in here, I had it queued up, but just casually, you know, like, oh, don't worry, if people, you know, if your workers get a little lippy, maybe I don't have it queued up. God, I'm such a professional. But there's an image, there's a clip of him, you know, talking. It was at the Ford plant tour that he did. He's like, hey, don't worry if people get lippy. We're just going to replace them with robots. They want us to be slaves. They want us to be serfs if we're lucky. Serfs if we're lucky. Slaves if they can get away with it. So here it is. So, douche pill over here. This is the guy from CBS. The CEO of Ford said he's got 5,000 open mechanic jobs. He can't find people. Trump, that's a good thing. It's a good thing, Tony. That means it's vibrant. You're going to have a thing called robots. They don't fucking care about us. And the irony drips that his, most strident supporters are the ones he can't wait to fuck over and make destitute, okay? He doesn't even want you earning $5 an hour. He fucking hates you. Welcome back, Nate Slayers. That's a good thing. We want workers to be totally desperate. This is a unsourced meme, but it's pretty interesting. Just moving over to Iran here real quick. The theocratic regime slaughtering people, desperate to hold on to their power, because this is what God wants. This is what Allah wants. A bunch of mediocre rich guys, hypocrites, and likely pedophiles in their own right. That's what God wants. He wants the Ayatollah to stay in charge. God wanted the Ayatollah to ship off a bunch of gold to Russia when he thought he wasn't going to be able to keep his ill-gotten gains. So you got the theocratic regime in Iran over here murdering 12,000 people at least. This is the reports. And in 4 days. And Putin's only been able to kill 14,500 civilians in the last 3 years, with hundreds of millions, billions of dollars in missiles and strikes and massacres like Bucha. So Iran over here, just showing you how merciless they've been. I mean, they're talk about raking civilians like ICE wants to. It's exactly what they've been doing. Images coming out of Iran are absolutely disgusting. People sifting through piles of bodies. Here's a mother looking for her son. Impromptu morgues are being set up so people can sift through the dead, see if it's their relative. I couldn't imagine being the parent looking for your dead child so you can give them a proper burial. This is what theocracies are really about. Control. People like to fantasize. Some people, religious people like to fantasize that theocracies are, the ultimate expression of religious faith. And it's the exact opposite. It's the most cynical. It's the least religious, most nihilistic, that are using religion to control people for their own power, for their own riches. You got the Ayatollah over here wearing $100,000 watches, driving Bentleys. Number one priority, besides, leaving Tehran and getting the hell out of there, was shipping off a bunch of gold to Russia. Thanks, Clutch Cargo. But anyway, they're getting busy with it in Iran. I'm not gonna play this video. This fat pedophile protector over here, but basically they're saying that they're gonna go after the Clintons, and I say go for it. Lock her up. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? How many crimes does the Clinton family need to commit? Lock them up. I'd love nothing more than to see Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton behind fucking bars. What are you waiting for? Be the one ruby in this pile of shit called the Trump administration would be the Clintons getting a little taste of what they deserve. Disgusting family. And yeah, Bill Clinton's a pedophile. So what the fuck you waiting for? Get to it, fat boy. You know, spending all of his energy to defend Donald Trump, the pedophile. Why the fuck are you defending the so-called Democrat pedophile? Get on it. I love this. We're going to watch a little bit of this DW here, but I just love the freeze frame they got on this guy. Classic. Classic shit. A make-or-break moment for Iran's Revolutionary Guard, so we'll stay on the Iran story here for a little bit longer. Yeah, then we're going to go to Greenland. This is DW, by the way. This is German state news, you know, German version of PBS. They absolutely do have establishment bias, just so everybody knows. Let's get to it.
Iran that the U.S. will take very strong action if the regime executes protesters. Rights groups say thousands of people have been arrested since mass protests erupted some 3 weeks ago.
Right. Real quick, sorry to interrupt right away, but the reason why this is a bad idea, because on paper it may be, to a fucking idiot like this pedophile, maybe it's like a good idea. Hey, we should help out the protesters who are fighting against the theocracy. Well, it actually legitimizes the regime if you would do that. So hopefully someone in the room is telling him, sir, you're just going to help the regime if you were to help the protesters. He doesn't fucking care. He literally thinks he's the smartest man on planet Earth. He thinks he's the most moral. He thinks everybody else, specialists in their field, don't know what they're talking about unless they agree with him. We're talking about a man who is severely mentally ill, massive narcissistic personality disorder, as well as, dementia likely. But there's a good reason why, and it's like it kind of furthers, kind of reinforces this idea. It's got to come from the people. There's going to be no rescue for America. It's got to come from us. And it's the same thing in Iran. If they want to free themselves from a theocratic nightmare, it's got to come from the people. Now, I do worry, of course, about a power vacuum. And that is one place where another country can come in, offer mediation, right? We'll be a mediator. We will, donate money or donate resources so that you can have a proper election, proper primary. We can bring over advisors on how to properly construct a constitution, things like that. So there is places where we can help, but we have to be very, very careful and super de-duper transparent if we're going to do it. And this man is incapable of any of that. What does he want to do? He wants to kill people. He wants to send in troops, kill the Shah, which would, make Sheldon Adelson, Israel backer, tickle pink to see the Ayatollah blasted to kingdom come. Not that he doesn't deserve it, but it would ultimately be counterproductive because it would, in a way, help the regime, help legitimize the regime. Because what does the regime say? And, it's this is the case across all the countries that are in this situation. But they're like the great Satan. It's the West. It's the West. It's what Russia says, this is what China says to anybody who disagrees with their government. You're just influenced by the West. And, it would just help reinforce that. Welcome from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. Yo-Yo Master in the house. Welcome back, Lenny. It's always good to see you. Let's get back to it. I hate looking at this fucking picture now.
One demonstrator reported to be in government custody is 26-year-old Efran Soltani, who was detained just last week. His family says he may be executed today.
Right.
Rights groups say more than...
So what are they going to do? They push him off a building, shoot him in the head in front of a bunch of cameras, but apparently they've told them that you got 10 minutes to speak to your family. This is how these religious theocracies act. And that's supposed to, by the way, that's supposed to calm everybody down. A nice public execution. Really shows how, they don't even faced with an existential crisis, all they know is one thing: kill, 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 hurt, eradicate. This is what God wants, according to them. This is how it always goes. It's not just Muslim religion. It's, it's all religions. They all lead down the same path.
2,500 people have been killed in the protests. Iran has threatened to strike American military bases in the Middle East if Washington intervenes on behalf of the demonstrators.
They have the fucking gall. To pretend like they have any kind of power left over here threatening the West. It's theater.
A likely target for the U.S. would be the Revolutionary Guard, Iran's elite military force.
As protests rage across Iran, a Kurdish activist tells DW exclusively that the elite Revolutionary Guard has fanned out throughout the country, stopping vehicles, searching mobile phones.
They're zealots.
Stoking more resentment against the regime and its security forces.
Right. This is like calling ICE elite, right? Because they're loyal to the regime. They're proud bootlickers. There's nothing elite about them. They're just happy to murder and hurt people for the regime, for what they think is some kind of righteous goal.
The Guards are estimated to number between 150,000 and 200,000 active personnel. They have their own army, navy, and air force, a parallel military whose official role is to protect the legacy of the Islamic Revolution of 1979. They're led by Mohammad Pakpour, who reports directly to Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, bypassing the government and president. The Guards are largely insulated from the economic pressures felt by Iranians due to their control over defense, oil and gas, construction and telecommunications concerns worth billions of dollars, while ordinary Iranians suffer under sanctions, fueling more resentment against the Guards and the theocratic regime.
By the way, coming to a country near you, it's already here, but this is exactly the kind of shit that Peter Thiel, Pete Hegseth, and Palantir want to achieve, right? A military establishment like ICE or the military itself, above the law, above Congress, above any kind of accountability. And, communications is a big one because they want to shut down the internet. They want to control who can say what. Anti-freedom. So, just give you a little hint. It's already here. They just haven't officially announced it yet. There's an image I have on the Discord here. I'll show you. Kind of gives you a little status of where we're at. Find it here. God, I post too much shit on this fucking Discord. Here we go. But it never happened. It happened, but not the way you said it did. It happened, but it was not illegal. It happened, it was illegal, and there's nothing you can do about it. So we're right about here. And this is where Iran is at. It happened, we're proud of it, and you're a traitor for questioning it. So that's what that's what they say about this this Iranian this Iranian elite Iranian Guard, which is that it's a good thing that we're above Congress. It's a good thing that we're above the accountability of the people. It's for your own good. And if you question it, you're a traitor.
The Guards have also dealt with Iran's proxy forces in the Middle East, the so-called Axis of Resistance, including Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, and Houthi rebels in Yemen. Multiple countries have labeled the Revolutionary Guards a terrorist organization. This has made them a prime target in recent years. In 2020, a U.S. airstrike took out the head of the Al-Quds Force, an elite unit within the Guards. And last summer, Israeli airstrikes killed much of the Guard's senior leadership. Despite those losses and significant damage done to its proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah, the Revolutionary Guards have made...
Religion is a cancer. It's a cancer.
maintained their position. Their closeness to the supreme leader makes them indispensable to the regime and makes them a priority target for any international intervention.
Let's bring in Saeed Golkar here. He's an Iranian-American political scientist who teaches at the University of Tennessee in Chattanooga in the U.S. He joins me from there. Saeed, tell us more about the Revolutionary Guard and what's at stake for them in this uprising.
Revolutionary Guard, created in 1979 as a small militia, gradually expanded to the huge military and, later on to the state in a state. Revolutionary Guard, as the videos out, has, economic branches, cultural branches, media, TV, security, intelligence. They are...
Yeah, Bound. That's probably true. They might be able to kill their way out of this. Maybe. But if they can't kill their way out of this, the regime, then yeah, it's Russia and China that are going to be the only ones that can save them. And, there's geopolitical reasons why they're interested in doing that. That mainly have to do with attacking the United States hegemony.
A state in a state, and that's why the falling of the Islamic Republic is the falling of the IRGCs. They are the same. They are the clergy and the IRGC are the two sides of the one coin, and that's why they believe that the dismantling of the Islamic Republic is the end of the IRGC. They are fighting for themselves.
If the theocratic regime in Iran were to fall, could members of the Revolutionary Guard, given how powerful you just described them as being, could they end up filling the power vacuum?
The possibility is there if the Islamic Republic, if the Ayatollah Khamenei have been killed or taken out, and there is no translation, the IRGC are powerful to take the position. But if the attack with the Ayatollah Khamenei and the IRGC high-rank commander continue, then we will have a transition. You have to remember, when we talk about the IRGC has about 180,000 personnel, from the rank to file. For us, this council of commandership of the IRGC is important. About 1,000 of the high-rank commander that we have to think and we have to take care of. Other than that, most of these people are the Iranian from different, social classes, from the belong to the different ethnicities, and that they can actually incorporate it with the Iran army later on.
So just to clarify for our viewers, the IRGC being the Iranian Revolutionary, IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. Now, these protests started... Go ahead.
Sorry, to clarify, it actually is Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. There is no name of Iran in their mandate or even in their charter.
Right. Okay. So now this...
Right. So let's go ahead and make that in the United States. Right, because that's what ICE would evolve eventually into. I mean, left unkept, left unchallenged, we could have a situation like this in the United States, where ICE is, attempting some kind of coup against the United States.
This protest movement started over the collapsing economy, but the protests seem to be morphing into something larger in Iran. What do you see as the main source of anger and discontent driving these protests?
We have to remember this protest is not an isolated phenomenon. From 1979, as the Islamic Republic took the power, there have been several waves of the protests. Before that was Mahsa Amini protest from 2022. Before that, it was 2019 November protest that the Islamic Republic killed 1,500 people in 2 days. And so on and so forth. So there are...
Well, it is the water, is the economy, it's the ongoing freedom issue. It's a multitude of problems, and of course, every time, this government was met with a challenge, it was just, deal with it. Deal with it. You're wicked and deviant and pro-Western if you don't just deal with it. I think it really was the water, though, that set people off. Because it's like, it's one thing to say deal with it, when it comes to, abusing women and gay people. And it's another thing just, about the economy, right? Because that's a complicated issue that's easy to gaslight about. But it's another thing when you can't have a cup of water or you can't take a proper shower. But yeah, no, this is like, a bunch of problems that were being ignored, everything kind of cascading, together.
A lot of wave of the protest for different reasons. Islamic Republic is a theocratic security regime, very politically repressive, culturally and socially stagnated. Economically, they are very incompetent. There are a lot of grievances. People
now, to be fair, which this theocracy doesn't deserve, but to be fair, they're under economic attack by the West from a lot of different angles. Obama famously was able to get them, to agree to, a nuclear deal, and sanctions were being lifted. Donald Trump lifted all that up because of his, because he's bought by Israel and he doesn't like anything with Obama's name on it. He wanted to reverse one of Obama's biggest, what was perceived as one of Obama's biggest victories. He just wanted to undo that. So that reality is all there, but their incompetence had nothing to do with Donald Trump.
Have the complaint about water scarcity, electricity, air pollution, a very bad economic situation. So there are a lot of grievances. The trigger was economy, but all of this structural cause accumulated for the last 5 decades has led to the Iranian from different social classes, different groups come to the street and protest Islamic Republic. They don't want anymore to reform the system, unlike 2 decades before. They just want to change the system because they realize this system is not able to provide even the basic need for the Iranian.
Doesn't care.
So the people are really unhappy that they're not having basic services provided. The regime, though, claims it has a handle on the uprising. Is that your impression? Briefly, if you can.
Doesn't look like it.
Very clearly, when you shut down the internet, one of the reasons that you are doing it is trying to hide the atrocity and crime against humanity by killing at least 12,000 people. But at the same time, it shows that you are very insecure. You don't want any information go.
Yeah, incredulous buffoon. We have a different set of circumstances. It's harder to light a fire under people's asses, but the coming massive recession, likely depression, that we're about to experience will be doing that for us. We're still in phase 1, the play around, fuck around phase for Donald Trump. We're still in phase 1. It will, once the economic realities hit Americans, left, right, center, independent, whatever you want to call them, that will be a catalyst for people to get in the streets. I can't predict when that will happen. I can only tell you that it's a when, not an if.
Out, you don't want people to understand what is happening in Iran. Islamic Republic is in the weakest moment of its history. At the beginning, there was a news that Iran told the United States, if you attack us, we are coming back. But you have to remember, when the United States took off Qasem Soleimani, the second man in Iran did nothing. When the United States bombarded Iran and destroyed Iran nuclear facilities 6 months ago, Iran did nothing. And you just can't imagine 6 months later, when they are very weak, this is just barking on the tree without any action.
Saeed, thank you very much for speaking with us today.
So this is a pretty common strategy we see from a lot of dictators. Cut off the internet and then increase the slaughter. It wasn't an accident. They were ordered to do that. Kill, 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 while the world isn't able to pay as much attention. And then, kill their momentum, stop their momentum. Only the people will, the most important factor here is the people. So we'll have to wait and see. Had a conversation with my counterpart in Israel yesterday. We have to start to separate. We have to start a separate lawsuit against the U.S. government to possibly recover some of the tariffs. Yeah, maybe, right, at the Supreme Court. rules on that. Do you remember if they actually have ruled on that? Need to remember that in 1953 CIA. Yes, yeah, we talked about, yeah, that's always a factor here. But like I said, that incident and the sanctions and all the other stuff that the West does to Iran does not give the regime an excuse to be bloodthirsty, to be greedy, to be incompetent. That's, Israel doing backflips. Donald Trump doing backflips, watching the Ayatollah, enrich himself, be hypocritical. Not yet. But yeah, because they're going to make it, they're not going to give you the money back, freely. You're going to have to do a lawsuit, no doubt about it. The boot is pretty fucking big in America. It can ruin you and your family with virtually zero effort. Yeah, and, Donald Trump wants to make that even easier. According to Polymarket here, breaking. Officials from Greenland and Denmark arrive at the White House to discuss Greenland acquisition. So this is cute that Polymarket over here is saying acquisition, that's what they're here to discuss. That's absolutely not what Greenland and Denmark are there to discuss. What they're trying to do is stave off a war and say, hey, look, we'll make a deal. You're going to have access to all this, You always could. They always could. One of the reasons why we're not there right now exploiting some of their precious metals is that it's incredibly fucking difficult to get to them. Because it's a goddamn wasteland of ice. Okay? They call it Greenland, ironically. It's a big old chunk of fucking ice. And we made a deal with them years ago. We could put as many military bases as we wanted. So it's not about security. It's not about, material wealth, precious metals. It's about exactly what Donald Trump said. There's a difference between owning and making a deal. There's a psychological difference. It's about Donald fucking Trump. It's about him putting his fucking name on the country. Him, it's about his legacy, his career. That's what a good chunk of this is about. His own fucking self, him.
China?
The Donald. That's what this is about. So we got a video here a couple videos. We'll do one from CNN, a bunch of fucking pukes. And then we'll do one from France 24 as well. So let's get to it.
New this morning, President Trump just said the United States needs Greenland and that anything less than total control is unacceptable. The question is, what is he willing to do about it? Given that the Prime Minister of Greenland says he does not want to be part of the United States, the people of Greenland do not want to be part of the United States, according to opinion polls.
And this is really interesting too, because there's like just over 50,000 people roughly in Greenland, and discussion of independence from Denmark is a pretty hot topic over there apparently. And what this Donald Trump situation has done has basically put the kibosh on that discussion. And we saw the premier of Greenland, I think that's what they call himself, but he basically came out and said, we got to make a decision between Denmark and the United States, and obviously that decision is Denmark. So this is what dictators do. They just destroy even the concept of independence, and they force your hand. And so the people of Greenland here, no longer talking about, independence. Well, some still are, obviously, but the discussion of independence is being put on the shelf because now it's like, well, do you want to continue to be a vassal state of Denmark, or do you want to be enslaved by the Yankees? Which one is it? Trump was hot on the Panama Canal. Well, he hasn't mentioned that issue in quite a while. He doesn't care. He probably doesn't even know the geopolitical significance of the Panama Canal unless he's told about it. I think the whole situation with Iran and Donald Trump is he perceives it as a win for Obama, but he's also, the Iranian handlers, or I'm sorry, the Israel handlers for Donald Trump, the ones that have images and videos of him having sex with children, are very interested in destroying Iran. And they're not interested in destroying Iran for the benefit of the Iranian people, Israel. They would prefer to just take it, probably, if they could reach it. But they'll settle for, if Israel turns in, if Hezbollah takes over Iran and they crank up the terrorism against Israel, they'll be stoked. That's great. Another boogeyman, further justification for their eradication of Arab people, all their Arab neighbors. Because what they want more than anything is reinforcement of the fantasy that that if they stop being aggressive towards Arab people, that they will be dominated and taken control of, which isn't true. But it's interesting that the harder they push, it starts becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The harder they push against Syria, the harder they push against Egypt, the harder they push against Jordan, the harder they push against Iran. That makes those countries want to destroy you. That wasn't the case when this started, but it might be the case by the time this is over with. Now, they always point to the first Nakba as an example of, obviously, they hate us. And that was, of course, when the various countries, these Arab countries, these Muslim countries, worked together to try and push back on Israel's slaughter and takeover of the Palestinian territory, and got their asses kicked because Uncle Sam helped them out. They say, see? But, of course, they ignore the fact that it was the fucking Nakba. They were ethnically cleansing entire regions, kicking out hundreds of thousands of people. That it was a response to that. Like I said, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's sick. But this is Israel, right? This is how it works. Geopolitically, it's a mess. It's an intentionally created mess.
So the president just wrote that Greenland is, quote, vital
chaos
for the golden dome that we are building, and that NATO would be far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the United States.
And it's just ridiculous. We can build as many fucking missiles as we want there. They don't care. They don't fucking care.
And then he said that anything less than that is unacceptable. Again, how unacceptable, and what will he do about it? Today, Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio are set to meet with the foreign ministers of Greenland and Denmark, of which Greenland is a part. The White House meeting is a first between the three governments, and the presence of J.D. Vance is notable. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky can tell you that Vice President Vance has created a scene or two at high-level meetings. Our Nick Robertson is standing by in Greenland. First, though, let's go to the White House. CNN's Elena Trina is there. Elena.
I never understand why these billion-dollar what could he say out there that is he going to give us? Is he going to interview anybody? Is he going to give us any kind of insight from being out there? Why? You just shipped his ass out there for no good goddamn reason. Why? So you can get an image of him freezing his dick off in the middle of the fucking winter. I guess it's always winter over there. Could do the same exact thing in a green screen. And because it'd be one thing if they took advantage of this. And it's like, oh, hey, I got somebody from Greenland. Let's get their opinion. They don't even do that. They often do it from the balcony of their fucking hotel room. Anyway.
Yeah, look, a very stark message, John, from the president this morning.
Yeah, welcome back to Israel.
The timing of it, of course, very notable with this meeting that you laid out between Secretary Rubio, the vice president, and the foreign ministers of Denmark and Greenland. Look, just to break this down, this is an issue and something that really President Trump has wanted for many years now. It goes back actually to his first term. I'd remind you, the president then had talked a lot about wanting to annex Greenland. All of those efforts were unsuccessful, but it's gotten a renewed focus, particularly in the days since that Venezuela operation, something that has left the president feeling emboldened. Now, just to break down why the president and the people in that building behind me.
By the way, the maps are not accurate. These maps always show Greenland as this massive fucking territory. And look how ludicrous this map is. Let me see if I can find you an accurate map of Greenland. It ain't easy being Greenland. Actual size of Greenland. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's still pretty fucking big. Hello, Adam. It's still pretty fucking big. But a grand majority of this is ice. You know, it's like, it's unusable. It's unusable. There's a reason why only 50,000 people are living here. It's a goddamn, you know, you got to, it's a hard-ass place to live, you know? You got to be a hard-ass motherfucker to be living out there. It's cold as shit. But I love these CNN maps, right, that make it, like, dwarf the United States. Anyway, just thought I'd point that out, that these maps are often inaccurate.
Feel so strongly about trying to annex Greenland from Denmark, which, to be clear, Denmark has made repeatedly clear that it is not for sale.
It's a round-earther map.
They want it for national security reasons. Essentially, the argument that has been made to me over and over again when I've talked about this with top officials in the administration is that, one, they want to counter Russian and Chinese aggression in the region, but they also see it as critical as part of their missile defense system. Essentially, one of the arguments that Vance has laid out publicly as well is that, you know, if a foreign adversary wanted to launch, for example, a nuclear weapon onto the continent of North America or even to Europe, Greenland and having an important presence there would be crucial to having the missile defense system trying to intercept that. And so this is something they've talked a lot about. Now, I think a key question, of course, is...
Do you see how they sane wash Trump? How they're just talking about it like it's just a disagreement? How they both sides it? You know, because if you're not really paying attention, you're watching this, you're like, oh, it's just some dispute. Now, I'm not saying they have to be like me and all animated and, you know, super pissed off. But do you see how they like launder this? Sane wash it? Like it's some kind of just negotiation? What we are talking about is the end of NATO. The end, at least, of the United States' participation in NATO. We are talking about a NATO country, the United States, attacking another NATO country, Greenland. We are talking about dead Greenlanders, dead Frenchmen, dead Germans in Greenland. We're talking about the entire European alliance engaging militarily against the United States. That's what this is. And they're just like this is like we're having tea and fucking crumpets over here on CNN. How about you once in your fucking existence you take something seriously, CNN? But it's always presented, both sides equal, always presented. You see how toxic that can be? God damn it.
It's clear what the president wants here, and he's repeatedly making that clear publicly. What isn't clear is how they're going to approach this meeting, I'm told today, between Rubio, Vance, and the foreign ministers of both countries is really to kind of be a level setting.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, see where both sides are, see what, if any, agreements could be reached, if there's any type of cooperation that could be made. Rubio has made clear in the past that really it's the preference of the administration to see if they could potentially buy Greenland, for example, even after.
So we got all the fucking money in the world. We're talking about like $100 billion. $100 billion fucking dollars. We just pull that shit out of our ass, huh? What? Ask Jeff Bezos for some of his, couch money. $100 billion fucking dollars. They don't even want it. We're talking about giving $1 million each to each Greenlander. It's like even if they were all down for it, that's not how this works. Holy shit, that's not how this works. Anyway, you get the point. Ludicrous. Presented as if it's just I already made my points. God, I don't know how they do. Where do they find these people? What do you got playing in your head, huh? Nah, 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 nah. What do you got going on in your head? How can you have that facial expression? And where the fuck is the mention of NATO so far? We're about 3 minutes into this, not a single goddamn mention.
The Danish prime minister and the leaders of both Denmark and Greenland saying it's not for sale, but seeing if they could, potentially make a deal that way. I will say, though, however, President Trump has repeatedly now not left a potential military option off the table. And so that has, I think that raises a lot of concerns.
It's ludicrous.
As these leaders are coming to the White House today. So it's going to be a very important meeting.
Not a single fucking mention from NATO.
Potentially the first of many conversations, but we'll really have
to
see where it all leads, John.
All right, Elena Trine at the White House. Elena, thank you very much. Sarah.
All right, let's go now to CNN's international diplomatic editor, Nick Robertson. He is on the ground for us in Greenland.
Can Frozen Dick mention NATO?
The Prime Minister of Greenland very bluntly said he does not want to be owned by the United States. The President of the United States saying that if they don't do it the easy way, they're going to do it the hard way. The big picture here is what's happening with the people of Greenland. What are they saying?
Turning up the volume a touch.
Yeah, they're incredibly
concerned, be louder.
And I think the latest language used by President Trump is going to be even more chilling. Everyone here has been telling us this meeting with the Danish and Greenlandic foreign ministers, with J.D. Vance, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio today is a big meeting. It is a big deal. Yeah. It has everyone here worried. When you speak to people here, it is very clear. No one wants to be part of the United States. Perhaps there are divisions on the independent side of how quickly the country should move to independence, which is a sort of an overwhelming view. But the Prime Minister has made, as you said, very, very clear. Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Greenland, therefore, is part of the EU and part of NATO.
Thank fucking God. 5 minutes. Took a whole 5 minutes.
That's where they look for support, and that's where they look for their strength. But having spoken to a good number of people here, it's a huge concern because they don't have an army here. They don't have the ability to fight back against the United States. And there's a very real concern, even within government, that the president could make good on what he's saying and that Greenlanders could wake up one day soon and find out they're American. I spoke to one businesswoman here, and this is what she said to me.
If you don't know which country you're living in a month, then,
Is that real for you right now?
No, I don't want it to be real. I really try to push that thought down. But that is the worst case scenario that,
Well, an army would at the very least make this decision a little bit more difficult. That doesn't mean that, an army from a country of 50,000 people would be able to successfully deflect an invasion. But it would mean that, at the very least, you're not going to take it overnight. You're not just going to walk in and just take the capital or whatever you got to do. Like that there would be resistance.
In a month, I'm American. We don't even have military in Greenland because we don't do war. So, of course, there would be, I don't know, we wouldn't be able to resist the American military. No one can resist the American military.
Well, that's not true. Ask the Vietnamese. Ask the Taliban. Ask Cuba. That's not the best example, though. we only have a black site torture centers in Cuba. Yeah, exactly. No, once again, I'm not saying that a military would win. But it would change the calculation a bit. In fact, at least a couple days ago, I heard, France and Germany talking about sending some of their military into Greenland. The defense forces that are there in Greenland, as small as they are, have been ordered. Their standing order is to shoot on sight any American invaders. So it hopefully wouldn't go down like Venezuela, where, Chinook helicopters flying 100 feet in the air received no resistance whatsoever. But it's probably, they probably don't even have anti-air. Probably all their anti-air, their heavy stuff is American. And the only thing that, you know, the Greenland, whatever defense force that Greenland does have, it's probably all small arms. You know, like, do they even have rocket launchers? Do they even have SAMs, right? That would allow the single individual to shoot down a single helicopter.
So the big question here for people is, how does the meeting go today? It seems that both sides are in a very clear position, poles apart. Everyone here knows that J.D. Vance has been to Greenland before. It is a very big thing on his personal as well as political agenda. The Greenlandic Danish side...
God, it looks fucking beautiful over there, doesn't it? It just looks amazing. I'm so ashamed of my country. I'm just so filled with rage and shame and rage. It's a shame sandwich. Rage being the bread. Look how beautiful this place is. And they want to work with us. I mean, they're bending over. And it's not enough. It's also Trump can put his fucking name on it. And we're gonna not only steal their sovereignty, but we're gonna destroy NATO in the process. Jesus Christ. All for Trump's ego.
Not for backing down. That's very clear. So the question people have here is, well, how far will the EU, how far will NATO go to support us? And I think it's fair to say at the moment that the major military northern NATO members are
that is an
behind,
interesting point,
Denmark, Greenland. There's a question mark perhaps over some of the others.
Yeah, a lot of people wondering how this is going to end and what that might look like. Nick Robertson, thank you so much.
Yeah, joining me right now is a member of Greenland's parliament, Juno Berthelsen. Thank you so much for coming back on, Juno.
Okay, so we've heard enough. We get it from CNN over here. Homie with the sick-ass face tattoo. You know, you don't see that too often. Tattoo across the bridge of his nose. Let's give him a chance to say something real quick, and then we'll move on. Just out of respect for the sick-ass tattoo.
How do you respond to what we now just hear, the latest from the president? And what do you think it means for the Greenland and Danish leaders who are what they're walking into now in this White House meeting?
Good morning, Kate. Thank you for having me on your show, first of all. Well, we think that it's very positive that Greenland's Minister for Foreign Affairs represents the Greenlandic people at the meeting. And of course, positive with the diplomatic dialogue being initiated, which Nelarak, our party, has advocated for a long time. And it's important to say that Greenland is and wants to be a part of the Western Alliance and continue to be an ally of the U.S. as well as an ally of NATO and Denmark. We are through the
looks beautiful.
Through Greenland being a part of the.
I was raised in Michigan, right? So I'm not scared of the cold. I'm living out here in Canada as well. Coming from California, visiting family, coming back out to Canada. It's like, God, it doesn't take long to turn into a weakling when it comes to the cold. But man, ice fishing, just living out there, God, it looks so beautiful.
Currently,
welcome from
part
Norway.
Of the Danish kingdom is in NATO, and Greenland has been an ally of the U.S. since the Second World War. We're allies now, and we will stay allies in the future. So that will be the most important things that we would hope would be communicated at the meeting, and that there will be understanding between Greenland and the U.S.
But hearing the president of the United States set the tone going in, and the vice president, as we know.
All right, this is Katie Tour, the wife of the stupid, silly bastard that's ruining CBS News. So I don't want to hear another fucking word from her. So we're going to move on. Go to the France 24 video here. Greenland meeting set in Washington as Trump mulls taking the island. Are they going to do? Hold on, let me just double check here. Are they going to do what they like to do, where they have a meeting and then they get in front of the cameras in an attempt to embarrass, Greenland, Danish, politicians or the ambassadors here? Let's just see. We got something live. Greenland ministers hold press conference. Okay. All right, hold on.
Longest lasting up was to find a joint way forward to increase Arctic security. What can the Kingdom of Denmark do more? What can US do more? What can NATO do more?
Yeah, good deal, Guten.
The Kingdom of Denmark has already stepped up our own contribution by committing
not a single thank you among them.
Additional fund for military capabilities, not dock slates, but ships, drones, fighter jets, etc. And we are definitely ready to do more.
I mean, it could clutch cargo. It could. There's, it's on the table. I think what's more likely is the reserve currency, the dollar being the reserve currency, finally, America finally losing that, and China becoming incredibly emboldened, successfully taking Taiwan, and then the new economic reality setting in for Americans. If a World War III does happen, it will be started by the United States in their desperation to hold on to the dollar as the reserve currency. It's impossible to make predictions on something like that. But World War II, World War I was started by decrepit kingdoms and their ridiculous, animosity towards each other. World War II, of course, was triggered by a megalomaniac. World War III will likely be economic in its nature. Had if the situation in Russia was different, where Vladimir Putin was, empowered and whatnot, I could see a repeat of World War II with a megalomaniac like Putin. But because of Russia's own incompetence and corruption and Ukraine's amazing ability to dismantle the Russian military, to weaken the Russian military, Russia's in no position whatsoever to start a world war. I believe if there would be a world war, it would start with the United States desperately trying to hold on to its economic status, as the reserve currency. But, like I said, it's literally just a guess, literally just an ass poll. We have no idea what could happen because it could just as easily, the reserve currency getting replaced by gold could just as easily drag China and the rest of the fucking world right down with it economically. And, that in and of itself could prevent a world war from happening because it's like no one wants to fight a world war if they know damn well their economy can't handle it. That doesn't mean that it's a guarantee, but it's a harder prospect, to want to be eager to participate in a war when your economy is already on the back foot. So let's get back to these ambassadors here, see what they have to say. Who would be the U.S.'s ally? Japan. Maybe not even Australia. I don't even think Australia would have our back. The UK wouldn't have our back. It'd be like the U.S. It'd be like the U.S. versus the rest of the world. But it would be a little bit different though because it wouldn't be like the Axis versus the Allies. It would be more bifurcated. It would be more boom, 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 boom. These different factions. And another factor would be that, it wouldn't be really more about territory and conquering. It would really be more about keeping the status quo to keep the sovereignty. It really wouldn't be about, certain countries taking other countries and taking chunks of that. Russia was really trying as hard as they could to take, what was it? Was it Sweden or was it Switzerland? They're trying to take chunks of Poland, trying to split that in half. China, Japan was trying to take chunks of China, I believe. I think it'll be less about taking chunks and really more about just holding on to any kind of semblance of stability. But these are all guesses. You'd have to speak to a historian like Sarah Payne to really have someone intelligent who could give us any kind of idea of what that might look like. But my guess, my amateur guess, would be it would be a world war based around economic decisions and less about, creating great empires. But like I said, Sarah Payne, if you don't know who I'm talking about, she's amazing. Look her up. She's this historian. Absolutely essential if you want to know more about the world. She's amazing. I can't say that enough.
What's going on in 19...
Let me just give you a little sample of Sarah Payne, because you got to be liking and subscribing to this woman. If you care about geopolitics, if you care about history, if you care about truth, like if you're a guy that enjoys Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States, right? Because you got the empire's version of history, you got the corporate version of history, and then you have what actually happened. Sarah Payne has actually given us what actually happened. So let me just show you a little clip from her. This is the day Russia asked America permission.
1969, there's a border war between China and the Soviet Union. China's gotten its nuclear bomb in 1964. It no longer has to defer to the Soviet Union and starts playing more tough on their border disagreements. And so the Soviets are really upset. And they come to the United States and ask us whether it would be okay to nuke these people, because they think Americans don't like the Chinese. Well, we didn't, but we said, no, it's not okay to nuke those people. So the Chinese figure it out. The one that wants to nuke you is your primary adversary, right? Think about it. China and Russia, for them, the United States was the primary adversary. Now they're primary adversaries with each other, freeing up the United States to decide which one it's going to cozy up to. And the United States decides it's going to cozy up to China. Why? Well, Chinese belligerency forces the Soviets. They've already got a big militarized border with Europe. Now they're going to do the same thing on a very long border with China. And this is nuclear-armed, mechanized forces, very expensive. Imagine if this country had to have such borders with Canada and Mexico. It would be bankrupting. So some would argue that U.S. cooperation with China fatally overextended the Soviet Union.
So I cannot recommend her enough. I really can't. She's really on top of shit. So avoiding World War III. So it looks like she has, she's been asked this question before. So it looks like maybe 6 months ago on Decoding Geopolitics podcast with Dominic Prezel. Well, I think I've featured before on the stream.
This is
so maybe in this one, Sarah Payne gets into what her predictions on what might cause World War III would be. But like I said, we got to defer to the experts, and the number one expert I'd be asking that question that was asked in the chat, it would be Sarah Payne. So there's the clip right there if you want to watch it. Let's get back to the unfortunate reality that we're currently all facing right now. Back to the Danish ambassadors here. Or ministers, sorry. Greenland as well.
The U.S. has already a wide military access to Greenland. Under the 1951 Defense Agreement, the U.S. can always ask for increasing its presence in Greenland. And therefore, we wish to hear if the U.S. had any further requests to make in this aspect.
Right.
We would examine any such.
Right, because that's, like I said, like I was pointing out with that Polymarket clip, they're like, oh, yeah, they're here to discuss annexation. No, the fuck they're not. Look at her face. Look at her fucking face. That tells you everything about what happened in the meeting. Because they're like, yeah, you want to build more bases. Okay, yeah, you want to waste your time digging through the ice to get to the precious metals. Go crazy. Well, it's all on the table, baby. The only thing that's not on the table is our sovereignty. And that's the only thing Trump wants. He's just like Putin in that way. Maximalist demands, and anything less is an insult.
Request constructively. Greenland is, through the Kingdom of Denmark, a member of NATO and has been that since the very founding of NATO in 1949, and is therefore also covered by Article 5. We have been pushing for quite a while in NATO for a stronger collective role in Greenland together with a number of allies, and we are eager to work with the US on advancing this agenda, and we are prepared to go further. Therefore, our aim was to find a common understanding on all these points and to launch, if possible, further in-depth work to deliver on them. On this basis, we had what I will describe as a frank but also constructive discussion The discussions focused on how to ensure the long-term security in Greenland. And here our perspectives continue to differ, I must say.
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
The president has made his view clear, and we have a different position. We, the Kingdom of Denmark, continue to believe that also the long-term security of Greenland can be ensured inside the current framework, the 1951 agreement on the defense of Greenland, as well as the NATO treaty. For us, ideas that would not respect territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Denmark and the right of self-determination of the Greenlandic people are, of course, totally unacceptable. And we therefore still have a fundamental disagreement, but we also agree to disagree.
Okay.
And therefore we will...
Okay, so look, this is diplomat speak. This is diplomat speak. Not a goddamn thing was agreed upon. They didn't budge an inch. I guarantee you, with a big fucking shit-eating grin on his fucking face, J.D. Vance was saying, you don't have a choice. You're going to be America. You know, you do this the easy way or the hard way to please his pedo master, Donald Trump. So that's what the hell went down.
However, continue to talk.
No,
we
you
have
won't.
decided to form a high-level working group to explore if we can find a common way forward. The group, in our view, should focus on how to address the American security concerns, while at the same time respecting the red lines of the Kingdom of Denmark.
Right. So this once again, diplomat speak. He's saying respecting their security concerns, right? He's playing along with the fiction that this has anything to do with security in an attempt to butter the negotiations up, right? To keep them, because if he came out and said the truth, right, what I'm saying, it would further insult Donald Trump, who would, do a Maduro, right? See, it'd be their version of Maduro doing a little dance, and Donald Trump's, pushing the button and saying, "Do it." He's gonna completely wreck NATO. Man, this guy talks. He's gonna completely fucking wreck NATO. Over this, it's, God damn it. I mean, it's really even hard to put to words how terrible of a direction this is going in.
We expect that such a group will meet for a first time within a matter of weeks. And then I will pass the floor to my colleague from Greenland, Vivian Mosfeld.
Thank you so much. Not repeating what already been said here, so I would like to say something in my own language, because there are many people in Greenland that follows. And I think that our meeting today and our commitment to find the right path is something that gives us to be able to see forward. And by saying that, I also committed on what Foreign Minister Lars.
The American people don't give a shit unless it affects them. This isn't just a right-wing phenomenon. It's, and this is not just an America phenomenon. But the American people won't understand the value of NATO until it actually matters. Basically, they won't care about it until it's way too late. I'm like, where's our alliance? What happened to our buddies? What happened? I thought we were friends with the world. It's hard to even fathom, right? Because you got the regulators in the chat. I'm obsessed with politics. But there are people walking around. They don't know who the vice president is. They don't know what a Marco Rubio is. They don't know, what a Project 2025 is. I mean, completely oblivious. And this is not just the United States. This is in all Western democracies, but also dictatorships as well. So the American public, as in a majority of Americans, won't understand the damage that's been done until the missiles are in the air. This is what makes our job as activists, as political activists, difficult. And this is why framing and language is so important. This is one of the things that Vosh is oblivious to. I don't know, intentionally or otherwise. But there's some comments that he made recently about Israel and about AOC and Mamdani coming out and admonishing protesters that were saying, pro-Hamas, we support Hamas. He was saying, I don't give a shit, I don't give a shit. Israel is really bad. Israel is committing a genocide. I don't care if there are protesters that are out here supporting Hamas. Complete whiff. Because, like it or not, we need these ignorant people on our side. So we have to craft messaging that works for them. It doesn't matter if Hamas is morally, less abhorrent than Israel. What matters is that effective propaganda against the Palestinian liberation, which it is. But he doesn't give a shit. Vosh is often oblivious to the value of messaging. That's all I'll say. But I just saw a recent clip where he was shown the clip of pro-Hamas protesters chanting pro-Hamas slogans in front of a Jewish synagogue. He's like, oh, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Israel's bad. Am I anti-ICE? Of course I'm anti-ICE. You're not? Oh, I'm getting my finger ready. Plunger's about to be pulled, folks.
Rasmussen already said. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And then I think we can take a few questions. Tom from BBC.
Yes, Guten. True. Yes. So why would we help? Why would we as activists want to help Palestine or help Israel in their effort to destroy Palestine? Why would we want to do that? Last time I checked, this is very serious business, what Israel is doing to Palestine. Why would we want to help them?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Congress. Just first of all, you talked about the working group. Can you just give us a sense of what this means now? So what has actually been agreed you're going to do next?
Once again, we can't hear the fucking question from the press.
And you mentioned the dog slaves. In terms of what you've announced in terms of beefing up security in the Arctic around Greenland, when you hear that kind of language from President Trump about announcing sending to dog slaves, how does that make you feel?
NATO wasn't solely created to protect Europe. NATO was, the main objective of NATO was to keep Russia at bay, which also used to benefit the United States and still does. It would be a massive, massive mistake and only help the dictators of the world to leave NATO. So cut that shit out. Go take your fucking pro-Russian propaganda somewhere else. America should resign. What the fuck does that even mean? We're on the same planet. You don't get to resign.
Well, that's actually quite a few questions at the same time. Well, I have known the president for quite a while, also in my former capacity as prime minister in Denmark, and I know his approach. But I must say, and even though he addressed things...
So you're pro-Modi. You're pro-death squads. That's what you're saying. You're not pro-India. You're pro-cult of personality. NATO is imperialist. You have... The mistakes that NATO has made pale in comparison to the pain and suffering that we would experience if there was no alliance whatsoever. The imperialist actions of NATO, putting too many missiles and bases on the border of Russia, does not justify Russia's invasion into Ukraine. And in fact, Russia's invasion of Ukraine retroactively makes NATO more correct than it's ever been. Right. Okay. You get a timeout. You get a timeout. Right. And there it is. And you get a flush. Bye. Radical leftists. Communism. Right. Because that's the motherfucking problem. That's the motherfucking problem. Not extreme right-wing movements weaponizing immigration and migration to spread their fucking hatred and ignorance. No, look, this is why I time those people out instead of banning them. There is imperialist elements to NATO. There's no denying that. But Russia invading Ukraine perfectly retroactively gives NATO way more credit. I'm not saying this correctly. The mistakes that NATO makes pale in comparison to the aggression and advantage that the dictators of the world would take advantage of if NATO didn't exist, if there was no union whatsoever, if there was no cooperation whatsoever. Putin, Xi Jinping, Bibi Netanyahu would love nothing more than to further divide and conquer this, this cooperation. The imperialist mistakes that NATO makes can be reversed, can be challenged. The mistake, though, of completely removing ourselves from any kind of cooperation could only benefit the Putins of the world, the Xi Jinpings of the world. And it really just shows ignorance that people have of like, we should stop cooperating with each other. We should stop working with each other. We should divide and conquer. We should divide and allow the dictators to conquer us further. It's the leftist communists that are creating all these problems. It's the brown people taking over my precious lily white flesh. We've been here before. I need to stress this. Cooperation, negotiation, communication is always preferable to isolation. And, there's so many elements that would prefer us all to just put up walls and be at constant war with each other. Those are the elements, the ones that say you should leave the unions, the ones that you should say that, that you leave the cooperation, stop negotiating with each other. Those are the elements that want world domination. Now, NATO absolutely has problems. It's interesting because it has problems with imperialism in some cases, but also in not using its power in other cases. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try to preserve it. We shouldn't try to fix it, reform it. The last thing that we should do is throw it all away and return to a world of isolated empires, each vying for world domination. Yeah, so I'm not going to watch the rest of this. Long story short, nothing came of these negotiations. Maximalist demands, give us everything, bend the knee, or we're going to take it. The easy way or the hard way. Yeah, U.S.-Denmark crisis.
To partner with the United States because we're the only nation on earth that will respect.
So that's cute. That's a cute way to frame it. Partner. Because we're already partnering with Greenland. We're already partnering with Denmark. But it's not enough.
I wanted to ask you about last week's news with the Atlantic. We've had a couple questions on Greenland. I feel like you've answered that. But I did want to ask, did you express your concerns to the president that you were opposed to the Houthi strike? And also, what did you mean when you asked, or when you said in that thread that the president wasn't aware that his directions for Yemen were inconsistent with his message on Europe?
Well, I didn't quite say that. I think that's a slight bit misunderstanding of what I said, but
I'll stick to the fucking clips with J.D. Vance. I'm not going to sit here and try to pick out. Let's get a little bit of this France 24. They're already a partner. That's not in question. You know? It's interesting because it'd be kind of similar to Venezuela, where like nothing would change except for the perception that Trump owns it, that the United States owns it. But of course, that would trigger. I mean, there would be immediate NATO discussions. There'd probably be some kind of vote put up to remove the United States from NATO. And it's just a total disaster. And you see these bad actors, these goddamn fools, talking about how we need to. That's the solution. We need to remove ourselves from these alliances. And it's like, you know, that shit's propaganda, man. Because we can fix the problems of NATO, but we can't do that if we're not a member, if we're not participating. We can't fix shit from the outside.
Joined by our international affairs editor, Philip Turle. Philip, what kind of atmosphere can we expect then in that meeting?
I suspect, Carrie.
Idiots like Area 51 think that all the problems are leftist wokies who believe brown people are human beings. It's just another form of fascism, is what Area 51 was spreading. And yeah, we're not going to even have time. We don't have time to even debate it. Just disregard it and move on. We can do both, actually. We can fix our problems domestically while continuing to strengthen and reform and make better our international relations. We could actually do both. It's not one or the other. Ponder monkey. You know, the idea that we can't fix our own domestic problems because we're too busy, keeping the NATO alliance together is ludicrous. It's actually possible for a country as powerful as the United States to do both. Yeah, we can do both. Get your anti-immigration nonsense out of here. Because the reason why we're not helping Americans is not because all of our resources are going towards helping other people. How has destroying USAID helped you in any way? Helped America in any way? Because all it's done is make us weaker, giving away that soft power to Russia. Destroying USAID is exactly what you're talking about. Cutting off aid for people in other countries so we could focus on Americans. Has that improved any of our quality of life? It's ludicrous. We can actually do both. And it's not a lack of resources. Well, fuck you. Because we're not going to fix America being anti-America. Is Zoran Mamdani anti-New York, anti-American? Absolutely not. Loves this country, loves his state. It's actually possible to fix the domestic issues while also strengthening our soft power and helping other countries. It's not a lack of resources, it's a lack of will.
That atmosphere is going to be pretty tense today because there is a lot of worry in Greenland and pretty much the same feeling in Copenhagen, in Denmark, and amongst many other European Union leaders and members of NATO. They don't really know what the US is going to do. There's a lot of hot and cold being blown out of Washington over this. And I think that the whole situation in Greenland for the moment is one of uncertainty. Exactly what is going to happen? Is the US going to launch an attack, and if so, when and how? And what will the outcome be for NATO afterwards? Can all be summed up, I think, in a sentence by Jean-Frederick Nielsen, or Jens Frederick Nielsen, the Prime Minister of Greenland, who just said, if we have to choose here and now between the United States and Denmark, we choose Denmark. And that's pretty much the feeling amongst most of the people in Greenland. If you look at the opinion polls, only 6% of Greenlanders actually say they would prefer joining the United States than Denmark. What they really want is total independence. They want to be away from Denmark, but they don't want to be in the hands of the United States. Why trade in the Danes for the Americans? 84% of Greenlanders said they would support independence from Denmark. 61 are against it, however, if it means that their level of lifestyle is going to suffer as a result of that. Now, there are two important things to bring into account as far as what the Greenlanders would suffer from. The first one is the economy. There is a block grant which comes from the Danes every year, which is about $650 million. If Denmark were to pull out in the event of the Americans launching an attack, that money would no longer be sent to Greenland, and Greenland would have to fill the hole itself. That would take quite a long time, and that would obviously bring down the standard of living for many people.
And do we predict Donald Trump to just out of the kindness of his heart, offer $650 million to the Greenlanders to make up that difference? They're just going to have to make it work. They're just going to have to make it work. Oh, by the way, welcome to our amazing healthcare system. I'll send you a couple forms for insurance companies that you can sign up for. Yeah, it's going to cost you 60% of your wages because it's the greatest.
And the second point is the welfare factor, because the Danish welfare system is linked to that. The Greenlandic welfare system is linked to that in Denmark, which means that people...
You're incredibly myopic, Ponder Monkey, because it's not that simple. Now, of course, America should be living up to its ideals, and yes, that would actually improve its relations. But the idea that, like, all America needs to do is, impossibly do something totally impossible and then everything will get better is a simpleton's point of view of the world. Because we can do both. We can do both. We can reform and go in the direction that you're talking about of living up to our ideals, and in the meantime continue to have negotiations and relations. What you're talking about is completely isolating ourselves from the world, fixing ourselves magically, and then along with fixing ourselves, then the rest of the world comes back into the fold. It's binary and ludicrous. We need to do both. We need to be able to do both. And we also have to accept that it's a very slow process. That what you're talking about, America reversing course and living up to its ideals, is a 100-year process. Yeah, and no, obviously, we're not going to do that by going in the other direction of fascism and isolation, which is ironically exactly what you're advocating for. We don't have the resources to be helping out other people. Because we're not going to. It just doesn't work that way. It just literally doesn't work that way. It's a country doesn't work like a person, right? A country doesn't work like, a single isolated incident. It's an incredibly complicated machine, a country. And, this binary thinking is not how countries work. We don't get to just cut everything off from the entire world and then focus on ourselves, and magically one day we get better, and then the rest of the world opens up to us. We have to walk and chew gum at the same time here. And it's just, and no offense, but it's a simpleton's way of thinking about the world. It really is. Because it's incredibly fucking complicated to do that. And for it to be successful, we have to do both. Indeed.
Living in Greenland have access to hospitals in Denmark if they want to, free healthcare. They don't want to trade that in for the situation, the system in the United States where you have to take out health insurance and people will have to pay for much of their hospitalization out of their own pockets. So,
well, to belabor the fucking analogy a little bit, we don't need to turn the boat around, but we do need to modify course. We do need to modify course. And to do that, we need to mutiny and take this ship over. The Democratic Socialists not only need to kick off the fascistic Republicans, but we also have to toss overboard the neoliberal Democrats. Yeah, if you're making that point, Ponder Monkey, to further, you're actually making my point. Because, you know, we're not going to fix our issues at home by encouraging isolationism, which is an incredibly right-wing, wrong-headed point of view. A country doesn't work like a person, right? When a person is in crisis, sometimes it's best to isolate oneself, to focus on oneself. A country is not a person. Diminishing our soft power will not magically make our country more viable in negotiations down the line. It will actually make us weaker.
that is also a no-go. So those are the issues that are basically preventing the Greenlanders from wanting to become American. But I think that the main priority for them is not to become American, not to remain Danish, but as I said, to be independent. Now, the other element here, which is important to underline, is that the Prime Minister of Greenland and the Foreign Minister of Denmark, Lars Lasse Rasmussen, wanted to meet only with Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State. J.D. Vance, who's been much more outspoken and in favor of the annexation of Greenland, is heading that meeting today, so that's why I think things could be pretty tense.
And so, given all of this, what are the chances that the US will seize Greenland by force?
Well, that's the question we can't answer, and that's why everyone is so worried about this. Donald Trump has underlined time and time again that he says the United States needs Greenland. He just recently said the US has to have ownership over Greenland, and NATO has got to understand that. That is why there is this worry that if the United States were to go into Greenland, it would signal the end of NATO, because the US is a member of NATO, Denmark is a member of NATO, therefore it would be
it wouldn't be the end of NATO, but it would radically change NATO, because it would start the process of removing America from NATO. And that would make NATO much weaker, because a good majority of the weapons, a good majority of the money for NATO comes from the United States. But I believe what it would trigger the removal of America from NATO, but the alliance would continue to exist. Without the alliance, there's so many European countries that are in huge trouble. And, you know, without America, those countries would be in trouble, but they would be in less trouble if the alliance still existed, but without the United States. It's better to have a weakened alliance than no alliance whatsoever. That's my belief.
Countries pitting one against the other, and that's something that's never happened before. So, would it lead to the destruction of NATO? That we don't know. Does Donald Trump care? We don't know about that either. Second hypothesis is that Donald Trump proposes to buy Greenland. He's already put forward the idea of $10,000 per Greenlander, or $100,000 for certain Greenlanders, but that is a no-go, because the Greenlanders feel that what the Americans really want is to move into Greenland, to get hold of the natural resources there, as in the form of oil, gas, gold, all these precious metals that can be used in the making of mobile phones and computers.
If it costs $50 to remove $10 worth of precious metal, nobody is going to do it. Okay? It's the same problem with Venezuela. Only at $80 a barrel does it make profitable sense to extract and refine Venezuelan oil. With oil currently, I think, is at 60 or 60-ish dollars a barrel, it makes no fucking sense to be extracting oil from Venezuela and refining it, which is exactly what was it, ExxonMobil told Donald Trump to his fucking face. So if Mr. Transparent Glasses over here could point out some of these things, that'd be really great.
And they feel that that is certainly not value for money.
God damn it, and then he just goes and does it. Son of a bitch. Son of a fucking bitch. Thank you, Mr. Transparent Glasses, for pointing out what I just asked you to do.
Of mobile phones and computers, and they feel that that is certainly not value for money. The third option here is the US builds more bases in Greenland. Now, there is this 1951 Greenland Defense Agreement, which means that the US can basically do what it wants. If it gets the agreement of the Danes and of NATO, it can build as many bases and put as many troops as it wants in Denmark. They're saying, well, why don't you just take advantage of that? That would help protect Greenland, and it would also help protect the area around there from the Chinese. And
we have to do both, Clutch Cargo. We have to walk and chew gum. Because throwing the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to our alliances is only going to weaken us. Even in its weakened state, NATO is still a deterrent to Russia and China. If we as the left completely reject everything for some magical maybe, we are making a massive geopolitical mistake. We must acknowledge the faults of the current alliance and dedicate ourselves to fixing and reforming it and building new ones. But we can't agree with the rightists. We can't agree with the right-wing elements that want to get complete isolation. But the solution is to completely, destroy these alliances, trash them, and then make magic new ones. Okay, it's kind of like, when you're moving a house, like you're moving an entire structure, right? You don't just come in and scoop up the entire structure and plop it down and then you're good to go. You carefully plan it. You dig up the foundation, right? You reinforce certain things, right? Very carefully, step by step by step by step. You don't go in and blow up the foundation because that will loosen up the house for you to scoop up. If you need to move a building and keep the building intact, it's like, oh, no problem. Just blow up the foundation. That'll loosen things up, scoop it up, plop it on a truck, good to go. That will cause the building to collapse. Okay, I'm not saying it's easy. But a weakened NATO is still important enough to hold on to. And we can change NATO. We can completely reform NATO. We can, get to the point where we're changing its name. But we got to start with, phase one, plan one, step one. And, and that's honestly where neoliberals are dropping the ball. Because, from the neoliberals, it's like, what, there's no imperialism. There's no problem with NATO. So we're not even, the neoliberals are not even capable of addressing step one of how we would fix these problems, which is why they got to be fucking kicked out. And of course the right wing is like, destroy. But the neoliberals have their own set of misconceptions, intentionally or otherwise, where they want to Joe Biden the whole situation. They want to just completely dismiss any issues with the alliance.
From the Russians, which is what the US...
Isolation is always feasible because it's easy. So no, that's the fear. And that's why we hear so many people say, well, we should just do this because it's easy. It's easy to destroy your relationships. It's easy to break and dismantle what's been built. Right? It's the easy way out. So no, isolation is always feasible, and that's what's scary. Especially the people that are like, we just need to do that, and then we can start the process of fixing it. Which, like I said, is totally insane. If you need to move a building, you need to do something complicated. You don't start by just wrecking shit. You're very, very careful about how you do something.
Says it is worried about happening, although there's no proof of that right now. France has said it's going to open a consulate
absolutely.
there. That's something also that the French have indicated they were keen to do.
Good luck. I'm going to back it up here so I can quit interrupting him. But yeah, the UN absolutely needs to be reformed, right? This whole idea that the America just gets to carte blanche, the entire world against America, but it doesn't matter because America has this, oversized influence in the UN. They can just vote against it, and then it doesn't work. Doesn't matter how many, so like obviously yes, that needs to be reformed. I mean, it's never been more obvious. But should we dismantle the UN because it doesn't do what we'd like it to do? I'm telling you, all it does is help the dictators. All it does is help the tyrants. It's the very definition of divide and conquer. And it's harder. It's much more difficult to even describe it. But this is the task of being a leftist. Right? And this is what makes being a right-winger so fucking tempting. Because it's just destroy, 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 which is the easiest thing in the world. Dismantle, dismantle, destroy, dissolve. Leftists want to build. And that is far more difficult to build, to reform, to change, to modify than it is to just dismantle. But this is our task. And if you're not willing to take that task and you want to take the easy route, you're not a fucking leftist. You're not a fucking leftist. And I don't mean to be like, no true Irishman here. But the left wing needs to understand that our task is difficult. That, geopolitically, domestically, it's all much more difficult for us. And this is why we got to be at the top of our game. This is why I talk about how Mamdani's the motherfucking template. Because that man's at the top of his game. He's got the capability. He's got the education. He's got the mentality. He's got the patriotism to take us to that finish line. We need exceptional people. And anything less will result in defeat. It sucks. It fucking sucks. Right? Because the right wing and the rest of them, they get to be as mediocre as can be. Because it's the easiest thing in the world to swing a hammer and break a wall. And this idea that reformism or whatever is a centrist idea, how well did that work out for the Bolsheviks? Right? This tanky idea that we just wreck, destroy, tear it all down, and then rebuild it from the ashes. How well did that work out for them? When they purged everybody in the government, any expert, any intellectual who would dare have a negative thought against Stalin. How well did that work out? We have no choice but to take the difficult path. No matter how tempting it is to agree with the people that want to destroy and dismantle. And, through proper reform, we are destroying and dismantling. But we're doing it very carefully. We're doing it in a very intelligent way. Of course, we can't do any of that if we don't have control, if we're not in charge. We can't do any of that if we're not in charge. And sometimes taking charge does require dismantling and destroying. A great example is, I would like to see Zoran Mamdani as president. we would have to do our own form of dismantling and destroying to make that happen. And we would have to do it possibly by force. So it's you know, it's so much harder to be a leftist. It's so much more difficult to be on the left, to keep our morality, to keep our principles. It's so much easier to be on the right, to say fuck everything, embrace nihilism, destroy everything, do what I say at the barrel of a gun, do what I say or I'll annihilate you. It's so much easier to be a right-winger. And it's you know, it's very tempting. It's very tempting. Because it's like, well, fuck it. Because we have to deal with millions of people that don't even they don't even know what their liberation looks like, and they actively fight against it. Their own emancipation. We're trying desperately to remove the chains around their neck, and they're fighting against us. So this is tough. This is tough, and we're not the first group of lefties to have these discussions.
Out happening, although there's no proof of that right now. France has said it's going to open a consulate there. That's something also that the French have indicated they were keen to do, to try to convince the Americans not to launch any attacks against Greenland. That'll be part of many other countries that already have honorary consulates in Greenland. But when push comes to shove, if the Americans do launch an attack, they could get into Greenland, take control of Nuuk in about half an hour. There's not going to be any pushback by anybody. The size of the Greenlandic military is about the same as that of the New York Police Department.
No, I mean, there would be opposition from some. The idea that it would go down like Venezuela, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. There would be some people in Greenland who are going to fight to the death.
So there's not going to be any fighting going on. The US would just have to put their flag up and say, this is now our territory, in which case Denmark would pull itself out of Greenland. One final point on this, and that is that Donald Trump is seen as maybe wanting to treat Greenland in the same way as he did Venezuela. But
to be perfectly frank, Ponder Monkey, I disagree, because just 20 minutes ago you were advocating for more isolationism as a solution to our problem. And that's just quite frankly incorrect. So you got to can you watch Sarah Payne a little bit more and get back to me? Okay, cuz no, you're not correct in your demand for more isolationism. That we have to isolate ourselves to fix ourselves, and then we can start fixing the rest of the world. We got to rub our belly and pat our head.
there is no real comparison here because there are no drugs coming out of Greenland. There is no rogue leader running Greenland. Greenland is a NATO member, as I said, and the US already has its bases there. So in the view of the Danes, there's no reason for the Americans to go in there at all.
Yeah, some analysts have said that, the US doesn't need to seize or to annex Greenland. What are some alternatives?
So, what could they do?
Answer his fucking question. Go 10. Answer his fucking question. Are you a right-winger who believes in MAGA Trumpism? Or are you an American who believes in the poem enshrined on the Statue of Liberty? Thank you. Thank you, Nikhil. Are you pro-Russian? Are you pro-Russian invasion of Ukraine? We have to ask these questions because there's so many bad actors. Thank you for clarifying. Thank you for the clear and concise answer. I appreciate that. Thank you. Don't be calling him names before he's even answered the direct question. He was nice enough to answer us directly. Now, he might reveal himself later. But we should show appreciation for individuals that don't run away from questions and answer them directly.
Well, the first one is a new NATO mission. This is
Ponder Monkey. On that point, I do agree with you. We're not going to fix any of. We're not going to fix NATO. We're not going to fix the UN. We're not going to fix anything international with a fascist dictator leading the country. I totally agree with that. Oh, there it is. Okay, thank you so much. It's interesting that you you know damn well that Israel is an occupying force, is an imperialist force. It's interesting that you inherently understand that that's where I was going, that we're anti-imperialist, that we're anti-genocide, and that you point that out for us without even having us to figure it out. You're like, no, but don't worry, I'm still an asshole, I'm still a bastard, I'm pro-genocide. That's cute. Enjoy the sewer. Welcome back, Trailhead. Chilinja. Yeah, you might be right, Trailhead.
Something that Mark Rutte, the NATO Secretary General, was talking about, that we saw in that report just now, saying that could act as a way of
like you were correct.
Persuading the Americans it would be a foolish idea to try to take control of Greenland because they are also members of NATO. The second one is that Denmark sends in a military contingent to Greenland, or the European Union sends in a military contingent to Greenland as a way of putting off the United States. But if the US did go in there and there was open fighting between that contingent and the US military, the contingent wouldn't stand a chance, basically, and that would certainly cause even more problems afterwards. No. Third suggestion...
It would be a fucking slaughter, okay? Yeah, and just because America would win, you know, we would win the battle, but we'd lose the war, metaphorically speaking. If, you know, we were to go in, kill a bunch of NATO allied members from different countries, plant our flag, yeah, we would, you know, technically take Greenland. But the ramifications would be nuts. I mean, we're talking about European countries that hold billions or trillions of dollars in America's debt. They could easily trigger a bond crisis. The UK. It's madness. It's fucking madness. And the idea, this American exceptionalist idea that I don't think anybody in the chat holds, but the American exceptionalist idea that we can just do this stuff and get away with it because we can fuck around in third world dictatorships like Venezuela. Oh, but nothing negative happened to us. Oh, we can just do it we can do it to any country. The calculations are different here with the Danes and Greenland.
Is that instead of the United States, it's Canada and Iceland and Norway that get more involved in looking after Greenland. Certainly Norway is seen as being more friendly towards Greenland than Denmark has been.
Because this is what China needs. Just a couple European nations rejecting the dollar and converting to gold, and that starts a cascade. Okay, because that's how you get America, is economically. We are dangerously in debt. I am talking super duper in debt to the whole rest of the world. And that's how you you don't need to send a missile into America to weaken it. You dump the bonds. You start you start the process of de-dollarizing your country. And that's how America falls. Not with an army, with a bank.
In the old days, but the question there is, would Canada and Iceland want to take on the task of providing social benefits that Greenlanders covet and which are provided by NATO and Denmark? That is also probably not sure right now. So a lot of elements on the table that are going to be discussed today in those...
No, they weren't. I guarantee you they weren't discussed. It was, okay, you're going to give us your country, right? You're going to give us, Donald Trump wants your country. You're going to give it to us. I guarantee you that's what it was all about. Oh, well, we thought maybe we could give you more bases or we could give you access to precious metals. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, we're pretending like we care, like we want that. But no, you're just going to give us everything that we want, which is you're going to lower the Danish flag and you're going to put up the American flag. And then Donald Trump gets to say, I did it. Just like the Gulf of Mexico, turned it to Gulf of America. I did it. I took it. It's ours. It's another feather in his fucking cap. That's all this is. Doesn't care about NATO, doesn't care about international relations, doesn't care about soft or hard power, doesn't care about China or Russia, literally completely ignorant to the geopolitical reality. It's simply about Trump's ego.
Discussions taking place in the White House. I think still a lot of concern, and the bottom line is we still don't know what Donald Trump is going to do. So I think from...
I used to live a large, coherently organized left capable of exercise outside normal politics. We no longer have such a left. That we do. It's not completely eradicated, but we have so successfully been divided and conquered by outside elements and internal elements, it feels like that version of the left no longer exists. But if there was an element of the left where that still exists, it's with the Democratic Socialist Movement. It's with the Zoran Mamdanis. But we have so successfully been divided and conquered, externally and internally, it feels like it doesn't exist anymore sometimes. Yeah, I agree, Blase. I agree. Go back to the gold standard. No, look, if I agree in principle that we need to get away from the dollar, but we need to do it if we cared about Americans and you know, and I understand you're from a different country, so you know, but it's not just America. If we quickly and rapidly de-dollarize, China is the new leader of the world. And you don't want that shit. You don't want that shit. China wants to enslave us. You thought America was bad? With its bullying? You have no fucking idea what China would do to this country. Well, Blase, that's not totally true, but it does appear like the right are more, because like I said before, it's easier to destroy. It's easier to unify around a ideology of destruction, you know, and empty promises, right? Empty populist promises. It's easier to have no plan whatsoever to make people's lives better, but to say that you're going to. It's much harder to say, you know, well, I want to, you know, the goal is to make your life better. I don't know if I have all the answers, right? Which is often what the left has to say, because we respect reality. But this is where Zoran Mamdani comes in. You got to be populist, but you have to be smart about how you're populist. You have to be patriotic, but you have to be smart about how you're patriotic. Man, it's a lot. It's, you know, and just, it's like, I totally get why, you know, people just want to throw their hands up, right? And just like, well, it's impossible. We have no idea how bad things can get, though, to those folks that want to do that. You think things are bad now. You have no idea. And this is a point that Vosh makes that I agree with. But he's like, you know, the end of the dollar has the potential to kill more people than a nuclear war. And it's true. It's true. If the dollar were to collapse in the way that China wants, it would end up killing more people than a full-blown nuclear war. Wanted to talk a little bit about Canada. How do we keep the dollar strong? We pay back our debts. We improve American manufacturing. We respect sovereignty of other countries and work to strengthen our alliances instead of weaken them. We push back against the manipulation of China and Russia. We basically do all the things that the right wing are not doing. But ultimately, if we care about the world, we, you know, the end goal should be to, I mean, really, you know, we have to, you know, and this is so like well beyond, you know, we shouldn't even waste our time with this. But we have to start talking about a world without currencies, a world without, you know, that kind of stuff, right? A world that doesn't depend wholly on capitalism and neoliberalism to function. But we might as well be on fucking Jupiter having that discussion. Because we need to fix the dollar issues to stabilize, to have enough space to even talk about what a global economic system that doesn't depend on currency would even look like. Because ultimately the goal should be a world without exploitation, or as little exploitation as humanly possible. So that means having real conversations about capitalism. Right? It's like, you know, might as well just have debates about Harry Potter. So moving on to the next thing here. The United States doesn't need Canada, so Carney's betting everything on China. You don't get where I'm aiming at with my original point. To answer your question, I read the second edition from the 70s back in the study years. You're referring to chapters inside the manifesto. I mean, Marxism, of course, talks about this, but the solutions to our problems are not found solely in capitalism. Or, I'm sorry, solely in communism. But some of them are. A good, you know, a lot of the solutions to our problems are socialist. But not all of them. One thing that Marx, in my opinion, wasn't very good at was addressing humans, the inherent contradictions, the inherent hypocrisies of being human. Oftentimes, it felt like, from his perspective, humans were like ants or bees, where we're all unified, where like the solution would be to convince all human beings to be unified in caring about the whole, right? Because an ant doesn't care much about itself. Cares about the hive, cares about the queen. Same thing with bees. You know? And that's just not human. No, we don't need it. It's no, that's what Peter Thiel wants. That's why he wants to put a chip in us so that we forget those parts. The system that fixes these problems has to be as inherently flawed and contradictory in some cases as human beings are. The system has to be human for it to address some of our human needs and desires. Because, you know, we want our neighbors to be happy, but not we don't want to sacrifice our own happiness for our neighbors to be happy. If it means our own independence at the cost of others' slavery, that's a trade-off that most human beings are willing to make. These things are contradictory. So, you know, this is why I talk about hybridized systems, where, of course, we need to reform and dismantle major elements of capitalism, but we can't truly throw it all away. Capitalism. Now, when it comes to fascism, no, bees are not in essence democratic. Not in the slightest. Not in the fucking slightest are they democratic. A worker bee's only concern is of the hive, the health and quality of the hive, and the health and quality of the queen. And that's not human. We're not insects. No, I'm not a bee. And that's, you know, going back to communism, that I think is where Marx slipped up. Is that he assumed that people could be convinced that the sanctity and strength of the system is enough to inspire people to sacrifice. Prove it. Make a buzzing sound. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm fucking busted over here. Don't you dare insult my queen. Oh, God. It's happening. I'm getting exposed. Human beings are happy to work as a unit as long as it benefits themselves, which is inherently contradictory. Right? And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, is that a real solution to our problems has to address the inherent contradictions and hypocrisies of being human. And the moment it forgets that, it's no longer a human system and will ultimately be rejected. This is why democracy is the best worst system. Because you get enough of what you need, but you don't get everything that you want. Because if human beings got everything that they want, we would have fascism, or we'd have full-blown, well, we would have, doesn't necessarily, fascism and communism are not two sides of the same coin. We would have some kind of authoritarianism versus communism. We'll say that. Those are two sides of the same coin. But no, just go back to it. The system, the way forward is a system that addresses the inherent contradictions of being human. Communism will inherently lead to authoritarianism. Democratic socialism will not. And the important difference is the democratic. We can't have a system that is pure, because we as humans are not pure. We are balls of contradictions and hypocrisies. It's game theory. So those are the people we need to be, and this is why I despise tankies. This is why I despise tankies, because it's the people that demand purity in our systems that will lead to our destruction. So when I say democratic socialism, I'm talking about a lot of ideas from Marx, but not all of them. And the ideas that should be rejected from Marx should be the choice of the people. Right? We like the idea of subsidized housing, but we don't like the idea of a central committee assigning people housing. We like the idea of work and jobs, but we don't like the idea of a central committee choosing people for their work and their jobs. We must allow humans to use democratic systems to change what they don't like. And in some cases, people will want contradictory things. Here's an example. In Canada, we have completely and totally socialized. Yeah, this is coming from a lifelong communist, woke patriot. So no offense, but you still believe in the hammer and sickle. You still believe in full-blown communism as a solution, a relic from the fucking 60s. But here's an example of what I'm talking about. In Canada, we have totally socialized medicine. And it's really great for a lot of things, but it does not address all the needs. Because our system is, because the socialized healthcare system, I'm a democratic socialist, not a communist. And if you want to misclassify that as being liberal, so be it. You're still incorrect. And quite frankly, to your first issue, wrong about my beliefs, I can't nail you down. You'll call yourself a communist, and then you'll say, oh, I don't believe in half the shit in the Communist Manifesto. But let's not get personal. Back to my point. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, woke patriot. You're totally incorrect. Moderated capitalism, democratic socialism. That's what tankies have to say about democratic socialism. Tankies and communists fucking despise democracy. They think we're not capable of managing ourselves. Back to my example. So we have this legally enforced socialist healthcare system in Canada that does a lot of really great things. But it does miss the mark on certain things. It would actually benefit this socialized healthcare system to implement small amounts of heavily regulated private healthcare. Hit the brakes, woke patriot. For small things, getting a boil lanced, you got a tummy ache, okay? You sprained your arm. Allowing a small, heavily regulated private healthcare that handles smaller things, where a good chunk of that money is put back into the socialist system, creates a beneficial hybridized system of socialized and private. The demand that our healthcare system be totally socialist makes us weaker, makes the system weaker. Because when it comes to serious things, the socialist healthcare system has got you covered. But when it comes to smaller things, you have to wait 3-4 weeks sometimes for elective surgeries, when you would prefer to get this boil lanced right now for like $100. It needs to be heavily regulated, though, so that it can be beneficial to the larger socialist system, but still give the private industry enough profit to make it worthwhile. Not obscene profit like what we have in America, but enough to maintain the business and also, right, take home a little for yourself. So that's an example of how hybridizing our system would work. Now, it doesn't work if we were to say we should let private healthcare compete openly with the socialized system. That wouldn't work. That really wouldn't work. We can kind of see that in the United States, right? Where you have things like the ACA or Obamacare buttressing the private system, right? Our own tax dollars given directly to ravenous for-profit healthcare systems to help make it moderately more affordable. That's obviously completely whack. But in Canada, heavily regulated scope, incredibly minimalized scope, private healthcare would actually help, because a chunk of that money would go into the socialist system, the healthcare system, and also relieve some of the pressure on the mandated socialist healthcare system. But only if it's heavily regulated, only if it's transparent, right? So I say this quite a bit. Capitalism is a ravenous beast who's like, it's like a sadism incarnate, right? Capitalism wants to exploit you. Capitalism wants to suck you dry and destroy you. That is inherent to capitalism. So if you're going to, if democratically people make the decision to have some capitalism, that beast has to be chained through regulation. Because unchained, capitalism will first consume everybody and then consume itself. That's how ravenous capitalism is. It will destroy itself if you let it. And America is a perfect example of that. Out of curiosity, woke patriot, do you consider yourself an anarchist? Maybe I forgot. Last time I checked, you said you were a communist, maybe? But maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe you're the one that said that you're an anarchist. Which is a whole different, it's like there's no democracy in anarchy. It's the strong over the weak. ANCOM, if you're into the label thing. Anarchist. And we okay, I remember this, right? Because I was like, is that even a thing? And then we looked it up. And that's what you always say that. You always say that. You don't get it. You don't get it. You don't get it. There are certain forms of anarchy, of course, that I would be more willing to listen to. And I think Woke Patriots' version of anarchy is more amenable to my beliefs. My big thing, and yeah, I try to stay consistent on it, is whatever direction we go in, it has to be democratic. So I blatantly reject any system that is anti-democratic in any way. And it goes back to what I was saying, that the reason is that democracy is the best worst system. And human beings, we can't handle a perfect system. No, that's not true. That's not true in some of the cases with anarchist systems. Because if you completely extract and remove the hierarchy, it's the strong who persevere. And that's not democratic. So that's what I stress. Left or right, we have to lean on democracy because the system has to be imperfect to represent and reflect humanity, which is inherently imperfect, inherently contradictory, inherently hypocritical. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. No matter what the system, left or right. And that's where the check and balance of democracy comes in. So anyway, I'm done bloviating on that. Thank you, Woke Patriot, for your opinions and input. Let's get to Canada here, because what we are seeing is America rejecting Canada and Canada seeking out alliances now with China, at least China. I don't hear any rumblings about working with Russia. So let's talk about this a little bit. We got Guard the Leaf, who's a great content creator, doing really well, blowing up. Let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear what he has to say about neoliberal banker Mark Carney, who's, by the way, has been ignoring. Talk about anti-democratic, but oil companies still fucking us over here in Canada. Billion-dollar grocery store oligarchs still fucking us over, still pretending like their incredibly high prices have anything to do with inflation or COVID. Right, but he's making deals with billionaires. He's making deals with oligarchs all over the place, and somehow, some way, that's going to trickle down on us. So let's get to it.
If you clicked on this video, let me ask you something. Should Canada really still be loyal to the United States when it comes to trade? My personal answer, absolutely not. But I know it's more complicated than just
for our own security, for Canada's own security, we can't be. And we saw a perfect example of this during COVID. We saw a perfect example of this during COVID, where we ceded the ability to manufacture drugs and vaccines to the United States somehow, some deal we made in the 90s or something. So we needed vaccines for COVID, and there was a shortage because we didn't have the ability to make them. So for our own security, we need to separate ourselves from the United States. Oh, that's an interesting word, Seneca. Thank you. A system is suitable it cannot completely deny itself. Pretty nice analog. I just go back to what I'm saying, is that whatever system we choose, anarchy, communism, socialism, authoritarianism, it has to be rooted in democracy, always. Because it's democracy that allows the system to be imperfect and and contradictory. Because it really does. I mean, it's like, no, the communist idea, right? It's like, no, it would be most efficient to have a central committee assigning people, everything by one's ability, by one's need, or whatever, however that statement is, right? But that's how bees work. That's how ants work. That's not how humans work. Sometimes you want to pig out. Sometimes you want to be wasteful. It's inherently contradictory, being a human. We're a bundle of hypocrisies. And we have to balance that out for the system to work for us. And for all. We can't have both.
YouTuber with a loud cat saying no. We all know our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is on his way to China to talk about trade. And at the same time, the orange guy was standing inside a Ford plant in Michigan, once again repeating that he doesn't need...
We go back to the Matrix. Human beings can't handle a fucking utopia. If we were handed a perfect utopia, given to us by an alien race, we'd fuck it up within years. We like the idea of utopia, but human beings actually don't want utopia. Yeah, democratic socialism, which isn't moderated capitalism. It's, if anything, democratic socialism is communism with a little capitalist garnish. Right? It's not moderated capitalism. That's liberalism, right? That's being a liberal or a neoliberal. But democratic socialism acknowledges the exploitation of capitalism, but also acknowledges the inherent need, the inherent hypocrisy of being human, which is sometimes we want a little capitalism. I don't want a central committee to be making ice cream. I'm okay with the capitalist system being in charge of ice cream. It's, capitalism is really best for our vices when you think about it. Pornography, video games, movies, food. Not in terms of accessibility, but in terms of capitalism says, go crazy with the fat, go crazy with the cholesterol. And socialism would be like, well, it'd really be best if you just have a very small amount of this or that. And it's like, well, sometimes I don't want a small amount. Sometimes I want a big greasy fucking burger that's incredibly unhealthy for me. It's contradictory, but that's what I want. And of course, when it comes to pornography, it needs to be heavily regulated because, that's the very definition of exploitation. Those that are participating in pornography should really only be participating because they are truly into it. They have a sexual kink to be viewed and whatnot. But of course, what we see is a totally capitalist pornography system that impoverishes people, puts them in an incredibly desperate situation, and then exploits them, completely. Hunt thousands of young people every single day. And now the exploitation has never been easier, right along with gambling. With an OnlyFans account, you can exploit yourself for the capitalist system. You don't even need a pimp anymore. You don't even need a producer anymore. And that's where, a socialist system would allow a person to have the freedom to make that decision. Whereas right now, the current system of pornography, of course, it's like a lot of people, they don't feel like they have a chance. You know, if you're a young woman who's attractive, but you were raised in poverty and you don't have a lot of prospects, well, pornography is right there. But that doesn't mean that if we had regulated and socialized pornography, that the pornography wouldn't exist. And this goes back to the inherent contradictions of being human. Some people like to be exploited. Some people, it's a kink. Some people like to be viewed having sexual activity, right? Engaging in sexual activity. They want to be viewed. They want to be exploited. They want to be used. Not everybody. I don't want to be like that. Maybe you don't want to be like that, but some people do. So it would change pornography, because there'd probably be a lot less people engaging in it if they truly had choices. But in a democratic socialist world, pornography would still exist. It just wouldn't be this like kind of like gun to your head kind of choice where a lot of young people would be like, well, I don't have a future otherwise. You know, I'm not a rocket scientist. I'm not a great thinker. And this is my only avenue to make a lot of money that would make my quality of life easier. Right? So that's the current exploitative system that we have. But it's like, you know, we got to address the whatever system it is, it needs to be democratic, because it's only democracy allows for the system that governs us to be contradictory and hypocritical, which is inherently human.
Canada. Honestly, I don't think the Prime Minister's trip to China could have come at a better time, and I'm going to explain why in this video. Today's backdrop comes from Keith, who sent in this photo he took a few years ago at the Fundy Trail Parkway in New Brunswick. Thanks for sending this in, Keith. I really appreciate the support and you sharing this with the community.
In a world of free love, porno will absolutely be needed. Some people don't want to bother with having sex with another person. They'd just rather bang one out. And they're going to need some material to do that too. Not everyone can fucking go dry. Right? Some of us, some of the super chads, are able to bang one out without any material if they so need, if they're desperate. Fellas, you know what I'm talking about. But no, even in a world of total free love, pornography would still be needed.
Okay, let's get to the first report from CBC. And just a quick heads up. For anyone who can't stand the orange guy's voice, he does pop up briefly. But it is important to actually hear the garbage coming out of his mouth, because it really emphasizes why Canada needs to distance itself from this deranged man.
Shut up, Blase.
Let's get started.
I will end the stream, you fucking deviant.
As the Prime Minister takes off on a 4-day trip to China.
Desires are needs. If a human being desires something long enough, it turns into a need. This is the essence of being human.
Donald Trump reminded Canadians why. Touring a Ford factory in the birthplace of the American auto industry, he threatened the death of the auto pact.
We don't need cars made in Canada. We don't need cars made in Mexico. We want to make them here. And that's what's happening. Everybody's moving here from Canada.
Lie. Not true, and would take 10 to 15 years if he were to dump all of America's resources into helping auto manufacturing here in this country, which ironically is kind of what Joe Biden was trying to do, a little bit, more than any other president in my lifetime at least. He was trying to make that happen. It would still take 10 to 15 years to see the results of that. Right. So if the goal is to make cars cheaper and more accessible to as many people, once again, we'd have to walk and chew gum at the same time. We would have to be improving and bolstering our internal industrial car manufacturing sector while trying to make, deals with other countries to bring their products into our country. So it's a fucking lie.
They're coming here.
Adding he doesn't care whether the free trade agreement with Canada continues.
It's 2026, and the attitude towards Canada and Mexico is still happening, and it's even escalating. He doesn't want cars from Canada or Mexico. He wants them made in the United States. And he clearly
But
doesn't
that's
care
not
about the
true.
jobs in Canada or Mexico that
He
are going to be
doesn't
lost
care.
because of this. America first, right? I'll get deeper into my thoughts on this once we're done watching today's reports.
It's irrelevant to me. Canada would love it. Canada wants it. They need it.
That imbalance is pushing Mark Carney to thaw relations with China, a country he once labeled Canada's biggest security threat.
We could do all of that.
The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson says
Reducing the need for a car, making it easier for those who aren't living close to any kind of, transit system, and then also bolstering our own industrial sector. It's not an either-or kind of thing.
China-Canada relations have been gradually improving since last year, but it's a delicate dance.
I'm very concerned, and so are my friends in Michigan concerned.
A key point of friction, trade and
that's a lot of
tariffs.
cars.
Canada matched the U.S. in 2024, slapping a 100%.
Jeez. So that's what the car transportation looks like, the logistics, when it looks like before they get onto the shipping containers and the boats, huh? That's actually, I don't think I've ever seen an image like this. This is pretty wild. That's a lot of fucking cars. That's wild.
Tariff on Chinese electric vehicles.
So why did we do this back in 2024? Was it because we were geographically close to the United States? Or were we bullied into it? Honestly, I don't know. I'm not a trade expert. Maybe Klaus or House of Hell can clarify this in their own videos.
A little bit of both.
But here's my point. We did things for the U.S. based on what I believe was friendship and close ties. We matched tariffs because the U.S. did. And in doing so, we hurt our own industries, including the canola oil sector. That friendship and idea of being close partners with our neighbors.
Fealty is a factor to Trump. The idea that he's doing this because he cares about American workers and American manufacturers, I mean, he just flipped him off. It's more, Trump will often make detrimental decisions based purely off his own ego. And the fact that, Canada doesn't, the rejection of Canada and Canadians to be the 51st state could be his motivation for what he's doing. Literally flipped off. I mean, the guy did call him a pedo protector, but, got to keep it real.
To the south. It's over. So I really don't think we should be doing things simply because the United States wants us to anymore. Let me know in the comments if you agree with me on this or not.
China hit back with levies on Canadian seafood, pork, and canola.
It's been very difficult. China is our second largest customer, and so they're very significant. We can't replace them very easily.
Any move to lift the EV tariffs now would put Canada out of sync with the U.S., and Ontario's premier says it could hurt Canadian auto jobs.
It would not be good for Ontario and Canada, and it sure the heck wouldn't be good for the U.S., and it wouldn't be good when it comes to negotiating with President Trump.
Well, Mr. Ford, you can't really negotiate with that guy. You've seen what the orange guy said earlier, and so has the rest of the country. Do you really think you can reason with him on keeping the car manufacturing in Canada?
No. Even if all of the Canadian leadership and the Canadian people were to acquiesce to this 51st state nonsense, he still wouldn't give us what we want in the negotiations. Trump proves that every single day. Pam Bondi right now is getting shit because she's not manufacturing a bunch of fake nonsense against Trump's political enemies. So you can have total fealty to Donald Trump, kiss his boots every opportunity, and he still screws you over. Because he'll screw you over the moment it's convenient for him. So the strategy shouldn't be, let's make a deal, let's make a deal. The strategy should be, how do we defeat you? How do we, remove you from power? If you can. I mean, some people like Zelensky in Ukraine, they're in a rock and a hard place where, the outcome of their defense of their country depends on working with Donald Trump. They don't have an opportunity to, flex power, push back against Donald Trump in the way that Canada could. The reason why we see Carney and Doug Ford and the rest talk about let's make a deal is that they don't want to sell a poison pill to the Canadian people, which is like, if we truly fight back, if we go full force against Donald Trump, it will hurt Canada's economy. So they're trying to play this balancing game of pleasing Trump, keeping his ego in check, while also trying to eke out economic deals. But it can all be over. Like, as we saw, Doug Ford here got a little taste of it. Not even him, not even his government puts out some commercial pointing out some issue with Donald Trump. And he's like, implements more tariffs right then and there. All the negotiations didn't matter. Any of that discussion didn't matter. One Canadian organization made some anti-Trump commercial, and that was enough for him to change his mind and implement more tariffs and, completely hit the reset button on negotiations. So it's careerism. It's careerism that's getting in the way of effectively fighting against Donald Trump.
Personally, I don't think Canada should be getting on his knees, begging for the orange guy, please, 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 keep the cars made here. He said he would move production earlier last year, and he's saying it again now. Whether it's just empty words or whether he actually follows through, we don't know. But what happens if Trump decides to actually pull the factories out of Canada? Shouldn't we at least have a backup plan? A plan B? The problem I see is that the Canadian auto executives and Mr. Ford seem to be banking on the orange guy, keeping things exactly as they are.
Yeah.
And doing that without a backup plan in place feels like a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
What do you think, co-host?
No, co-host, is that me? No, it's, one comment, one anything. We saw it with Venezuela and Maduro. Maduro is filmed doing a little dance about, and literally singing a song about how, no war, no war. Donald Trump saw that as an insult, and he makes a massive geopolitical decision based off his fucking fifis.
Holy shit, she actually responded.
The MAGA movement already noticed the changing tone between China and Canada. Trump's co-campaign manager issued a warning, saying, prediction, this won't end well for Carney. Canadian officials say there could be some relief coming on Chinese tariffs, but they're unlikely to be resolved completely.
This isn't going to end well for Carney. I don't know about you watching right now, but I'm exhausted by the constant threats coming from the orange guy's administration. What is Canada supposed to do? Just keep bending over to the U.S. administration while being disrespected and threatened with collapse of our auto industry? Some of you might be asking, okay, so what should Canada do?
Yeah.
Well, in my non-expert opinion, we need to use this trip to China to renegotiate the canola and EV tariffs.
Yeah. That's
sure, it'll probably piss off the orange guy.
Yeah.
But then again, what happens if he actually does follow through and pulls the auto manufacturing out of Canada? And we have no backup plan.
Yeah, and I'm not the biggest fan of working with China, like who has made it very clear that their intention is world domination. But you're in a rock and a hard place with Donald Trump, and when it comes to trade, he has maximalist positions. So if I was Mark Carney, I would be doing the same thing. I wouldn't be working with Russia. And every deal I made with China would be stipulated on Taiwan keeping its sovereignty. You know what I mean? But I'd be trying desperately to open up trade with European countries first, prioritizing them. But I would absolutely negotiate and have on the table working with China as well until they invade Taiwan. And then, right, like I said, every trade deal would have that stipulation. You invade Taiwan, it's an immediate separation of this deal. It's immediate cancellation of this deal if you militarily engage with Taiwan. That's how I would handle it. But there's no working with Donald Trump. He wants everything, and then if you give him everything, he'll impossibly want more. Will J.D. Vance do it differently? We don't know, but evil never dies, and Donald Trump seems to have no intention of dying. I mean, there's some rumors now going around that, Donald Trump's going to basically be in hospice, and J.D. Vance is going to basically be the shadow president with Donald Trump, incapable of making public appearances anymore. But that's all rumors. I mean, we've seen this goddamn fat fuck walking around and flipping people off and stuff. So it's like, we have to assume that basically Donald Trump is going to make it to the end of his 4 years. We can't assume that he's going to croak at any second, even if it looks like it. The guy eats a Big Mac, large fry, fillet of fish, and a big O large Diet Coke. That's his McDonald's order. He's slurping that shit down multiple days out of the week, and still in his 80s. He's almost hit 80. You know, gliding around like Emperor Palpatine over here. You know, like the Force itself is, you know, the force of evil is keeping his fucking ass alive. It's crazy.
That's the risk. Now, I want to show another report from CBC. This time they go into more detail about what it would actually mean if the orange guy does remove manufacturing from Canada.
It'll get worse, Blase. It'll get worse. J.D. Vance is in for a penny, in for a pound. And, you know, because, you know, because really all this fascist dictatorship, all this fascist movement needs is less incompetence and more direction, you know, more energy towards sustaining and maintaining and building that, you know, authoritarian framework. And J.D. Vance is smart enough to see that. You know, Peter Thiel is pushing him on that. So no, J.D. Vance is even worse because J.D. Vance is willing to say, you know, willing to sacrifice certain things to create that foundation where Donald Trump, he'll undermine his own fascist desires. He'll undermine his own fascist dictatorship to self-aggrandize, right? So J.D. Vance, you know, if this, he probably wouldn't do things like the ballroom, knowing that it would politically hurt him. He would have dedicated more resources into censoring the Epstein files and getting them out as quickly as possible. You know, because that would, because holding on to them, right, makes it look like there's a conspiracy. So no, J.D. Vance being in charge would, imagine, you know, yeah, sure, because Donald Trump has Project 2025 and Russell Vogt and the entire Heritage Foundation. But imagine the current setup without Donald Trump undermining it. Imagine how much momentum, how effective it would be without Donald Trump getting in the way of himself. And that's what I fear with J.D. Vance, is that he's the smart fascist.
The CBC's Chris Ensing joins us now live in Windsor. So, Chris, what did Trump have to say about the auto
threatening allies? Good idea. What?
Industry.
Andrew, U.S. President Donald Trump doubling down on the idea that America does not need Canadian-made vehicles. This visit by Trump in the Motor City, a big deal for folks in southwestern Ontario, considering here in Windsor, Essex, about 24,000 people connected with their livelihoods to the automotive industry. So people on the
still strutting around. I mean, I don't want to say he's better than ever because he clearly isn't. But this idea that, you know, he's 3 sheets to the wind and, you know, because sometimes he looks tired and because he's an 80-year-old man, right? It's like charisma doesn't matter if we're in an inherently undemocratic system. Do Russians like Putin? Do Russians like Xi Jinping? You know? But I mean, you know, just looking at him strut around and stuff, you know, this motherfucker's going to go till he's 90. Plenty of time to implement a full-blown Project 2025 dictatorship.
Connected with their livelihoods to the automotive industry. So people on the front lines assembling vehicles like the Dodge Charger out here in Windsor, the Chrysler Pacifica, have always been anticipating comments from Trump, wondering what it will mean for their careers. But so are the auto executives that are standing beside Trump as he makes these comments. So at a Ford plant in Detroit, reporters asking him what he makes of this renegotiation effort on Kuzma. Here's how he replied.
We already heard him once.
That's a great
I'm going to
point,
fast forward. We don't need to hear him again.
He's making those comments, again, in Detroit ahead of the North American Auto Show, one of the Vehicles of the Year finalists made here in Windsor, the new electric Dodge Charger.
So Canada's auto industry contributes a huge amount to the overall North American auto sector. And right now, there's no guarantee it's going to stay. But here's something I couldn't help but notice in the B-roll footage of the orange guy standing with the Ford executives. Those guys in suits, the ones representing Ford, none of them are speaking up.
Fucking pukes.
None of them are pushing back, saying that Canada is critical to the auto industry.
And this is the danger of the oligarchy, is that they don't care about democracy. They don't care about blue-collar workers. All they care about is themselves. And they'll happily align themselves. You know, talk to Woke Patriot, because I'm sure he's well-versed in this. But the oligarch class, the moneyed class, will happily align themselves with fascistic authoritarian elements to get what they want. Even though usually if history is any guide, it doesn't benefit them, right? How well did it benefit the oligarchs that cozied up to Hitler? How well does it benefit the oligarchs that cozy up to Putin? Get just as easily getting kicked off the fucking balcony like any schmuck, right? Same thing with Xi Jinping. You can be corrupt, you can make money, but the moment that is perceived as being against the establishment, your ass gets smoked. So they don't, because like they're greedy, they're selfish, and it's like it's a gamble. It's a gamble. And it's a gamble they're willing to take. Democracy, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? If this current system enriches them, I could get more. They're mentally ill, and they'll almost always take that gamble of getting more, even if it might destroy the entire system. This is that capitalism eating itself, as we were talking about earlier.
And that tells me a lot. It tells me they're perfectly fine with going along with this whole movement.
Oh, yeah.
If the orange guy says, move it, I have a strong feeling they'll just say, yes, sir. So honestly, screw Ford, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, this next part, we're going to hear about the potential impact on Canadian auto workers, specifically the employees of Windsor, Ontario, who would be directly affected by this.
And so what type of reaction are you seeing to Trump's comments?
Well, right away, we wanted to get a sense of what people who make Ford engines think about that. They're in Windsor, about 2,000 people who are at engine plants that make what goes inside of the F-150 truck. It's one of the best-selling vehicles in North America, and it's something that President Donald Trump
It's such a fucking ugly-ass truck, the F-150, too. Like, it used to be the truck, right? The truck of trucks. And now it's this boondoggle of luxury and like, in an attempt to look like it has utility. They're making the quality of the engines that they put in there abysmal. If you really want to work an F-150's engine properly, you got to replace it with a bunch of aftermarket parts, because it's a big race to the bottom. They don't design the oil pan correctly. They put Hemis and Power Stroke systems in there that break down. And one little piece of this crap getting into your block, the whole fucking thing blows up. Now you got to spend $30,000 to replace the whole block. Planned obsolescence in these F-150s. These are not the Ford trucks of old, like Ponder Monkey over here, 1967 F-100. That sounds like, good old classic truck, right? Outlast us all. They don't make them like that anymore. They make them with the intention of them breaking down if you were to actually start using it as a truck. So if I were to buy an F-150 or any of these other monsters, first thing I would do, I would, spend $60,000, $80,000 on the truck, and then I'd spend another $15,000 to $20,000 replacing some of the major components of that vehicle so that I could actually use it as a truck. Yeah, I mean they don't make them like they used to. Those classic trucks from the 60s. You still see them on the road. You still see them being used, because there's a good goddamn reason for it. That's amazing, Woke Patriot. That's amazing.
Floor talked about the quality of the product that's made because of who's making it. And so I reached out to Unifor's head of auto policy, John Dagnolo. He's also the union president at the engine plants here in Windsor, and asked him what he made of the comments from President Trump. And he contextualized how much Canada buys from the United States when we're talking about vehicle production and how much those engines matter to jobs in the United States. Have a listen.
It doesn't make no sense. It's the #1 selling vehicle in Canada. So think about that.
Fucking things are everywhere.
We have about 1,800 members here in our community in Windsor.
So this is what I'm kind of talking about. How Donald Trump, because of his own ego, undermines his own authoritarian dictatorship. Because J.D. Vance, you know, he would demand fealty from Canada, but he would cut it short of, you know, no longer selling these trucks to Canada, right? He wouldn't undermine his own dictatorship in the way that Trump does because of his ego.
We supply 15,000 workers in the United States.
Hell yeah, Ponder Monkey.
We create a ton of jobs. We're just talking about the F-150. I'm not talking about any other Ford vehicle that we sell. It's the #1 selling vehicle, period, in Canada. And to make that statement is absolutely, it's wrong.
It's ignorance. And it undermines.
I agree with you. It's definitely a wrong
Trump's
statement and a damaging statement as well. And you can be as angry as you want about it. But do you actually have any control over the situation? If the orange guy wakes up on the wrong side of the bed one day and decides to pull the plug, you don't. And if that happens, you're suddenly looking at 2,000 plus employees out of a job with no backup plan in place.
Exactly.
We'll talk about this more in my rant once this report is finished.
Dagnolo spoke of two things.
Thank you very much, Woke Patriot. Doing us all a favor by getting off the road.
That really are snowballing because of comments and actions made by Trump in his worldview. He said that he's seeing people inside of his operations, members that he represents, who are starting to worry about paychecks. When these comments come, they have a fear that their jobs might be affected, so they stop spending money. They're not going to restaurants. The wallets get tighter. The savings become more important. It affects a community like Windsor across the board. But he also talked about the expected effect of those tariffs in the United States from Trump, who has said that this will reinvigorate the manufacturing industries inside of the United States.
Are you that guy that like mag dumped? Remember that clip from a couple of years ago, right? Someone threw a cup at his car while driving by, and he pulls it out. It literally his own car's camera catches this, pulls it out, and mag dumps. Does anyone remember that? I got to show you the clip now. Let me see if I can find it.
Dagnolo points to data from the United States governments that are showing factory employment down year over year following the implementation of these tariffs.
See if I can find it here.
He says it's because some companies are hesitant to make big investments because they're not too sure what could happen next.
I know this would be a devastating move on both sides.
Okay, all I had to do was type in road rage mag dump. So was this you, Woke Patriot? Was this you? Check this out. This is fucking crazy. This guy filmed himself doing this. He's got his little dick in his hand, his little pee-pee. Doesn't hit anybody, by the way. Doesn't even hit the guy. The other driver throws a cup. Because he's doing the usual bitch ass thing, right? Of getting in front of the guy and then slamming on his brakes. And look at his own reaction, right? Because it's deafening. Deafening. He doesn't have no silencer on that. It's just a 9mm, but it's going to be incredibly loud. Blasting his own property. He got arrested. You know, I think he went to fucking jail for this. Doesn't even hit the other car. Maybe like one bullet hit the vehicle, but just look at this. And this is ICE, right? This is the right wing in general, right? Not worthy of even holding the weapon, not using it properly. Letting anger take control, you know, and putting everyone else in danger because of it. Look at this guy. Yeah, better get a reload. Better get a reload there. They might have another you know, Wendy's cup throw at your car. So what is this? Oh, this is a semi-driver? What's this camera angle? I guess that it's happening up here. Can't really tell what's happening with this footage. Just one more time, because it's just it's so entertaining. Just pathetic. This guy is the right wing in America. This is perfectly represents the right wing movement in America. Undeserving of the weapon that he holds, doesn't know how to use it, self-destructive, breaking his own shit, flying way off the handle. He probably instigated it. To begin with. Whew. Such a good one. I've wasted so much time. Let's keep it moving here. We've talked about Canada enough.
This is democracy.
Wanted to show, going back to ICE, talking about ICE. Totally not me. I'd roll the window down. Okay, excellent. He's fucking premeditated over there, man. He's rolling the window down. Look. Woke Patriot not fucking around. Guy is dumber than a cop. Yeah, cops are smart enough to turn off their own cameras. So true. So Ken Klippenstein over here, pretty goddamn good journalist. I think he's not one of these journalists that makes excuses for Russia like Aaron Mate does, like Glenn Greenwald does. I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. Pretty sure Ken Klippenstein is one of the real ones. I think. I feel like there's something, there's something I disagree with everyone with. So that's probably just it. Some kind of dinky 9mm. Oh, you be busting out the 10mm, huh? Armor piercing. Hell yeah. It's fucking semi-automatic. Fucking raking the cars that blast by. Yeah. All right. Well, coming to a city near you. But anyway, Ken Klippenstein, I'm pretty sure one of the real ones. But he's reporting on ICE, having more money than they know what to do with, just getting into it. I thought this is pretty good for us. Yeah, Keanu Reeves. There's that great scene with Morpheus. The katana slices the fucking Escalade and then fucking turns around as the Escalade's flipping, right? Boom, 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 boom with a semi-automatic pistol. Oh, that fucking scene is so good. If I had more time, I'd play it. I love that fucking scene from The Matrix. He slices the side of the car, causes it to flip, and then, unloads a whole clip of automatic pistol rounds into the exposed underbelly, causing the whole thing to blow up. What a fucking scene, dude. What a scene. All right, anyway. Let's hear from Glenn Klippenstein, his reporting on ICE. I thought this was pretty good stuff. So let's watch it.
Now, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We look now more at how ICE is recruiting thousands of new deportation officers. A report by the Washington Post shows ICE plans to spend $100 million for a, quote, wartime recruitment strategy that targets gun rights supporters, military enthusiasts through online influencers, right, along with people...
So basically... recruiting people like we just saw in that vehicle.
Who've attended UFC fights, listened to far-right podcasts, or shown interest in guns and tactical gear. It uses the ad industry technique known as geofencing to set...
Lost on Earth, I agree with you up until the point of Russia. She's done an absolutely dismal job of reporting on Russia, Ukraine, and in some cases, full-blown platforming of pro-Russian propagandists. With that said, though, nobody, no show, no news show anywhere does a better 10-minute headlines segment than Democracy Now! And you can't deny Amy Goodman's pedigree. You can't deny that she is one of the real ones. Can't deny that. But when it comes to some of her coverage of Noam Chomsky and some of her coverage of Russia, she has absolutely dropped the ball.
and ads to people near military bases, NASCAR races, college campuses, or gun shows. Some of ICE's recruitment ads appear to refer to white nationalist slogans or openly quote them, after ICE agent Jonathan Ross killed Renee Good in Minneapolis. An ad on ICE's Instagram account claimed, quote, "We'll have our home again," and featured a song popular among white nationalists with lyrics about reclaiming our home by blood.
And, you know, once or twice is a coincidence, but this is like every week. There's a new wink, wink, nudge, nudge, fascistic, take. They're starting to use the font that fascists use. It's not an accident. It's not an accident. And of course, it makes perfect sense. You know, when you see that Russian group chat, I'm pretty pro-Hitler. I'm pretty fascist, right? Basically, that's who their staff is. So we got literally people hanging out on Stormfront websites, hanging out on white nationalist social media, trading white nationalist slogans with each other, making slight modifications to those white nationalist slogans, and then literally using those slogans as government communication. It's not an accident. It's full-blown fascism, right? I mean, who was one of the biggest donators to this Trump fascist organization? Mr. Zeke Hyland himself. Mr. My Heart Goes Out to You himself. It's not an accident. It's not an accident. It's barely a wink and a nudge. Barely.
Or sweat. Our next guest is investigative reporter Ken Klippenstein. He has a new report headlined "Immigration Agents Terrified of ICE Backlash After Shooting" that includes leaked documents showing ICE...
I mean, the goddamn imagery. Once or twice is a coincidence. They might as well be in a bullhorn, talking about Hitler wasn't so bad. I mean, look at this fucking guy.
Border Patrollers seeking volunteers for the surge in operations in Minneapolis, with one agent saying, quote, "Keyword is it's on a voluntary basis. If no experienced senior agents step up, they send the new guys straight out of the academy. Not a good idea," unquote. Welcome back, Ken. Lay out what you found.
Hi, Amy. Thanks for having me. Well, one of the most surprising parts of reporting on this was seeing the disjunct between the Department of Homeland Security's public-facing description of the shooting, this bravado they had, Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem immediately labeling her a terrorist and pretty much dragging her corpse through the streets as she, sullied her name in the public consciousness, again, within just a couple of hours of the shooting. And then you talk to people that work for Homeland Security privately, and a very different picture emerges. It's
47 days. The training for ICE has been reduced to 47 days, not because it's most efficient, but because Donald Trump's the 47th president, and they literally brag about that. They literally brag about it. An arbitrary number picked to please dear leader.
Conscious of the protests that are taking place in Minneapolis, they're very concerned about it, and there's splits.
But I need to stress this: even if it was 47 months. It doesn't matter, because they're teaching these guys to do this. This is intentional. That when we see ICE abuse people, abuse citizens, abuse immigrants who haven't committed any crime except for waiting for their fucking paperwork to process. So it doesn't even matter if it was 47 minutes, 47 days, or 47 months. They're there with that intention, and they're fulfilling Greg Bovino and Tom Hooman and Stephen Miller and Donald Trump's desire. So it's not an issue of training, it's an issue of intent.
Within the agency about the shooting itself and the general mission. The reason they are going to these volunteers is because they're worried about sending more experienced agents there who might not agree with the mission. And none of that is stuff you hear when you look at the public-facing officials in the Trump administration describing these incidents and the department.
Talk about the budget, the massive increase in the budget.
Only what's
that, by
necessary.
the way, could lead to another government shutdown by the end of the month, right? Because you have people like Chris Murphy, the Democratic senator who heads the subcommittee on Homeland Security, saying they're not going to endorse this budget. On Tuesday, the Congressional Progressive Caucus vowed to oppose new funding for the Department of Homeland Security unless it includes new reforms. This is Congressmember Ilhan Omar of Minneapolis.
We cannot and we should not continue to fund agencies that operate with impunity.
Sure, lost on her.
That escalate violence and that undermine the very freedoms this country claims to uphold.
And by the way, this is a minority within the Democratic Party because the Democratic leadership are cowards, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer and the rest. So a majority of the neoliberal Democratic, small d Democratic, I believe, or is it large d? The fucking neoliberal Democrats, majority of them don't want to cut ICE funding, don't even want to criticize ICE. Where's the tweet? Where's the tweet from Gavin Newsom? That isn't like I support Rachel Good and it was bad what happened to Renee Good. Oh, I've been doing that too much. Nicole Good. I need to get that down. But where's the tweet from Gavin Newsom that says we have to cut their funding, we have to reduce their numbers, we have to unmask them, right? This is supposedly the guy that's going to be running for president, the one that, the front runner for president. And he doesn't have the fucking sack to criticize ICE because he's worried about his political chances. He's worried that he might be perceived as weak on crime. That's who this establishment is. So when we're hearing this, please don't get it confused that this is somehow representing the entire Democratic Party. These people are actually in the minority. And if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries had their way, these people wouldn't even have a voice. They wouldn't even be allowed. They would be kicked out of the party. They wouldn't even be allowed to have that opinion about ICE, what they're speaking right now. That's how bad the situation is. And that's why every single one of these corporate Democrats need to be primaried. Even if they're in safe seats, they need to be challenged from the left because they simply don't get it. They'll never get it. They need to be kicked out of the party. Ideally, the entire party needs to be replaced with a Democratic Socialist Party, right? It'd be nice to advocate for a third party run, but our electoral college doesn't make that, makes that nearly impossible. So we have to be strategic, and we have to talk about Democratic Party assimilation before we start talking about Democratic Party elimination.
And meanwhile, Tuesday evening, Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut and others joined hundreds of protesters outside D.C. headquarters of Customs and Border Protection, said he supports the appropriations bill to push for changes at ICE.
The United States Congress should not fund a Department of Homeland Security that is not obeying the laws of the United States of America.
Ken Klippenstein, are we seeing some changes in Democrats' positions here?
Absolutely. Among Democratic voters, among Congress, there is some opposition, but among congressional leadership, they've made it very clear that they're not willing to shut down the government over this. They asked Senator Cory Booker this, for instance, yesterday on MS Now, and he said no, the last shutdown didn't work. Chuck Schumer had to be dragged kicking and...
Nancy Pelosi 3 weeks ago said that we shouldn't be trying for an impeachment on Donald Trump because it quote unquote didn't work. While they use the impeachments against Donald Trump for political points, they then tell their rank and file, don't bother, don't try, don't talk about impeachment because it didn't work before. It was more embarrassing than anything. That's who these fucking people are. Yeah, Lenny, yeah. Well, that's where it would have to start because it would have to start microscopic because there ain't one there.
Screaming to even do the shutdown earlier this year to play hardball with the Republicans after he folded instantly at the beginning of the second Trump administration. So there are definitely splits within the caucus, but among leadership, there's opposition to the idea. That being said, among the public, there's been a sea change in opinion with respect to ICE and the deportations. Where there was more openness to it when Trump first came into office, that picture has completely flipped, and it's a deeply unpopular proposition. And that's what the opposition among the Homeland Security officials that I interviewed for my story are reflective of. They're part of the public, too, to some extent. And they also are seeing all the same videos that we're watching, seeing the same protests, seeing the same public sentiment, and they have a lot of the same feelings about it, particularly the older, more experienced agents who are not the beneficiaries of this tidal wave of funding. I mean, they have more money than they know what to do with. They have tripled ICE's law enforcement budget. And the reason they're doing all of the, you described in the previous segment, the lengths to which they're going to try to staff up. The reason for that is, again, they have more money than they know what to do with, and they need to fill those roles.
I mean, look at these absolute fat slobs. You know what I mean? Look at these guys. They're running around with my physique, with my knees, and we're supposed to be afraid of this guy. We're supposed to, you know, if you were a cheeseburger, you know, warming in a hot buffet, you should be scared of this guy. If you were this guy's wife, you should be afraid of this guy. The American public should not be afraid of this guy.
Staff up. The reason for that is, again, they have more money than they know what to do with, and they need to fill those roles, and they're doing everything they can to create them so that the actual personnel headcount can match the resources that they now have.
Ken, you've also read ICE's deadly force documents that you say, quote, are bureaucratically dense and elastic to the extreme, offering every possible excuse for ICE's killing of Renee Good. But they're also stark in their failure to address any aspect of the dramatically new environment created by ICE's expanded mission. What do they reveal, these documents?
That's intentional. The shooting of Renee Nicole Good is exactly what ICE wants. They want people to get pissed. They want people to start using deadly violence against them to justify an even larger crackdown. It was intentional.
This was maybe the most alarming part of this entire story for me, was seeing that they have not changed the use of force policies for ICE whatsoever since Trump came into office, despite the fact that, again, they have tripled the budget for the enforcement part of it. And in addition to that, just militarized the entire thing. They're wearing masks. They're being deployed in states where the majority of the state population doesn't support them. They're being used in a far more aggressive, sweeping, and ambitious manner than ever before. So you would think that there would be some kind of reflection of that in policy, at the very least, not just to protect the public, but to protect them as well. There's nothing in its use of force documents, which you can go on my newsletter and read in full, that addresses protesters, civil unrest, even rioters, which Trump is always talking about. You can search for those words. None of those words appear in the document. And what's more, we only know what the document says because it was accidentally uploaded by the Trump administration over the course of a federal court litigation. The entire thing was blacked out, redacted until December of last year. And that's a failure on Congress's part for not compelling ICE to release these things and make them public, especially with an administration that made very clear that this is going to be its signature policy, these mass deportations.
The goddamn audacity.
With an administration that made very clear that.
The goddamn audacity to use Lady Liberty to defend their actions. You be the judge. Makes me fucking sick. The Statue of Liberty and the poem that is at the base is the exact opposite, anthenema, to the goals of ICE, Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and Tom Hooman. Makes me fucking sick. I guess this isn't the Lady Liberty. This is Justice is Blind, right? That's what it's representing. Same thing. Sorry. I should get my symbols of freedom and justice correct. But, it's the exact opposite. This is supposed to represent justice is blind. That means it's applied equally. That is... Kavanaugh stops are the exact opposite of what this symbol is supposed to represent. Right? Because Kavanaugh said, this, from the Supreme Court, said if you look Mexican, if you're speaking Spanish, that's enough justification to abuse you. It's the exact opposite of what these symbols mean. I mean, it's goddamn Orwellian. Yeah, she's blindfolded because justice should be blind. And, has it ever been? No, of course not. But does that give us the right to just make it up as we go along while we use these symbols? No, it means, we need to bring truth to these symbols.
This is going to be its signature policy, these mass deportations.
Last question. You've done a lot of reporting on Trump's new presidential directive, NSPM 7, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, a sweeping order that directs federal agencies to treat...
This all goes back to NPS 7 or whatever the fuck. It all goes back to this, right? Which is basically a fascist declaration that what they say goes. They get to make up the law as they make it up. They can do whatever they want to us. Maybe she's ashamed. She got a little peek at Donald Trump without his diaper. I'm just gonna go ahead and gouge my eyeballs out.
Political dissent as a form of domestic terrorism.
Right.
A term
dissent.
that Kristi Noem is throwing around right and left, accusing also the deceased, accusing Renee Good of domestic terrorism.
Disgusting.
Can you put these latest developments in perspective?
Yeah, so there's a straight through line from the shooting of Renee Good to NSPM 7, this presidential memorandum, that, as you said, redefined terrorism around a number of what are called indicators, because you have to terrorism is about pre-crime. You're trying to predict a crime before it has happened. That's what the word terrorism is for. And so how do you predict a crime? Well, you got to look at speech. And what are the speech indicators you're looking for? If you go and read the actual presidential directive, it literally says things like anti-Christian sentiment, anti-American sentiment, anti-traditional family sentiment, anti-capitalist sentiment.
Right.
And it describes...
So the entire left and leftism in general. Okay? It's not about brown people committing crimes. It's about existing in America as a person who believes in America's ideals, ironically.
One of the things it describes is anti-ICE protesters and sentiment, which is exactly what we saw. Moreover, the Justice Department released a sort of follow-on memo citing NSPM 7, and one of the things that it was concerned with was, quote, impeding or interfering with ICE operations, which is exactly what Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem and the Trump administration accused Renee Good of doing by having her car parked in the middle of the road. So there is a straight line from NSPM 7 to the tragedy that we saw unfold last week.
And finally, you say ICE is okay with Renee Good's killing. Why?
They wanted it.
Because its policy all but allows its ICE agents to carry these things out, and the only thing restraining them is their own perceived sense of being in danger. Yeah. That is not a policy you have in place. Yeah. If you want them to carry out their responsibilities in a circumspect way.
Totally arbitrary.
Because not only can
he put himself in front of that vehicle, and he bounced off the vehicle because he's leaning forward to try and line up the kill shot. It was such a problem in DHS. This is not the first time this has happened. It was such a problem in DHS that they had to address in their rule book specifically. Officers are not allowed to do this. Officers are not allowed to justify shooting at vehicles by putting themselves in front of them. It's quite wild. If she was trying to plow the vehicle in front of him, it would have finished the job. Because he would have shot her, which would then, cause her foot to further accelerate on the gas. She would have gone completely over him, and shooting, her in the vehicle only puts him in more danger. So it's if it's not about security at all. It's about killing people that disagree with the regime.
They say whatever they feel they perceived, because we obviously we don't have a window into their mind. But in addition to that, all the propaganda you've been describing earlier about them being deployed to war zones, and literally that's how they're recruiting ICE agents at that point, that creates a psychological environment in which they genuinely believe that.
Yeah.
And that has been another aspect of reporting on this that surprised me. They don't see it as rhetoric. They think that that's actually describing the conditions on the ground. A war zone, as your previous guest described it, the war and terror come home. That is overwhelmingly believed by the young.
Technically, what she did was illegal because she didn't comply. She started to, drive away. That still doesn't give you the right to murder her. It still doesn't give you the right to have her turn her vehicle into a deadly weapon by murdering her. Because they got they got cameras and everything. They got the driver's license. Okay, this could have been, she's getting pulled over a couple minutes later. She pulls into a gas station, pulls into a McDonald's or something, right? Pulls into her home. You easily can arrest her later. Not a problem. They got a whole police state to do that, tracking license plates and all that. So it's not even about, she's going to get away, a criminal is going to get away. It's like, even if she was technically breaking the law, and there could be an argument made there, you can secure that arrest, no problem, without having to put, yourself or others in danger by murdering the woman and then turning that vehicle into an uncontrolled, weapon of destruction. It's not about safety. It's not about the law. It's about the regime and the regime's ability to murder. And we're seeing this in Iran. We see this in Russia. They kill with impunity. They kill with impunity. No law can touch you. If you murder somebody for the Russian government, for the Iranian government, there's no accountability there. And it's about creating that environment where that's acceptable.
Younger cohort that's joining ICE now, and they need to be restrained by firmer policies than that their own perception was that they were in danger.
Ken Klippenstein, I want to thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, absolutely. The car could have gone right into a crowd of people, NASCAR style. So obviously, I always got so much more, and I run out of time. Here's a good one from Steve Cohen, who probably takes money from Israel. Hold on. Let's do a search. Let's see how much we should fucking piss on this guy before we give him credit. Does Steve Cohen have kids? Let's find out. Yeah, of course. Congressman Steve Cohen strongly supports Israel, and it's blah, 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 blah. Okay, so keep that in mind when you take a look at this performance. About how, because he's like, I'm moral, I'm standing up against this. He's not going to defund ICE. He's not going to criticize ICE. He's basically using Renee Nicole Good's murder to politically grandstand, with no intention whatsoever of correcting the systemic issues that created her murder. Let's go ahead and watch this.
She's a victim who is not with us anymore. She's dead because an officer of the United States of America killed her.
Thank you once again, Seneca. I'll catch you next time. Probably Saturday. We'll do it big on Saturday. That's probably the next one. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it.
And it's been on video, and we've all seen it, and we've seen our president, our vice president, and Cruella Gnome go after her as if she was some type of domestic terrorist. They've attacked her before her body's in the ground. This is cruel. It's the wrong picture of our government and not the way our government should be. Any law enforcement community that I know of, certainly the Memphis Police Department, if an officer does a shooting, even if it's pretty clear that it's self-defense, they are relieved of duty pending an investigation. This man has not been relieved of anything.
No, and that's a great point. Even the cops that shoot black people in the back are temporarily relieved of duty while an investigation happens. And of course, the investigation 9 times out of 10 finds them innocent, right? But yeah, that's not even the case with this guy, who is basically a cover-up. Almost immediately, the cover-up happened. Oh yeah, send me. Pretend like you're injured. Go to the hospital. We need some propaganda to help us justify these lies, et cetera, et cetera. So real quick, here's the last one.
This is Ukraine.
I'm able to show you. This is Russia's. Russia with the donkey carts. Russia with 1 second here. I'll just show you the video. I'll be right back.
Значит, вот сейчас
с палатками занимаемся по прохождению, надеванию, сворачиванию. Значит, у нас есть 10 палаток, и каждая группа по 5 человек.
So this is the next big innovation that Russia has been giving some of its troops to supposedly help protect them from drones, right? And what does it actually do? It's just to help you pretend like you have any kind of protection whatsoever. And just look how ridiculous it is.
Соответственно, отправляю туда завтра одну с палатками и еще одну на следующий день с палатками.
10's there tomorrow and another group.
Дополнительно проведу занятия, как ее сложить, как ее установить. У одного только, блядь, не получается. Остальных все возьми, блядь.
Takes a fucking long time to put it on, and when you're putting it on, the wind fucking lifts it up. This does not. Have you seen some of these explosions coming from the Ukrainian drones? I mean, it basically you're putting yourself in a body bag, so that the Russian soldiers don't even need to do that when your ass gets blown up. And like I said, it's to try and help psychologically, because Russia isn't going to change their strategy of the meat waves, so they just need to give them psychological salves,
Нормально все действует. Долго, правда, ее надевать.
Exactly, when they ship
И
themselves.
когда надеваешь, ветер ее поднимает.
I mean, what a
И
joke.
когда сильный ветер, очень тяжело, блядь, не ходить. Так, в принципе.
What a fucking joke.
Ходить, блядь, вопрос закрывается тем. Берешь за плоские ребра, в принципе, она нормально идет. А так вот, если сильный ветер, в случае начинает перебыхать.
It reminds me of, maybe it was this French guy, or maybe it was a Persian, but there was this guy, this general, who had a really, brilliant idea about, we'll make our troops bulletproof by, giving them this incredibly heavy, thick steel armor. And he did, to test it out on the battlefield in a real battle, gets these guys all kitted out. There's like pictures of it. I think I don't know if there's video, but there's pictures of these guys, getting all kitted out in this big, thick metal armor that was supposed to make them bulletproof. They couldn't fucking move, and it didn't stop the penetration of bullets. So he gets these guys kitted out in some experiment, sends them into the fight, and it's just a slaughter. They get fucking slaughtered. If I had more time, I would try to look it up for you and whatnot. But it reminds me of something, something I saw on the History Channel or something. Yeah. Well, the armor in 40K is effective. Is somewhat effective, right? And of course, the genetic modification of those soldiers is a big part of it, because those guys are actually strong enough. I mean, in the 40K universe, a regular human can't even hold a bolter. Couldn't even hold and fire a bolter because it's too heavy, right? But they've been genetically modified. But no, so this guy with a brilliant idea, let's heavily clad our soldiers in big thick metal, and that'll, they'll turn them into walking tanks, and they just got completely slaughtered the second that they got out there. Easy pickings. Easy pickings. All right. So this was a good one. We had a good, discussion. And once again, my apologies to Woke Patriot if I misrepresented your mercurial political ideology. And I know I'm not a political scientist, so I'm sure you're correct in some of the accusations that you made against me. Certainly not correct with your accusation that I'm somehow a liberal who believes in moderating capitalism because I'm a democratic socialist. But I fully admit that you're more well-read than I am. So, still though, a very good conversation. And once again, I need to stress that whatever direction we choose is the right one. I think the one thing that the left, because we do need to unify as on the left to achieve victory. Fair enough. I think the one thing that we do need to unify, whether we're anarchists or anarchist communists or whatever the hell, that one thing that we need to unify is democracy. I think, because we do need to find at least one thing to unify around, because we cannot allow the left to be divided and conquered. We do that enough ourselves. We basically do the work of the right for them. So I do hold on to that if we have to choose one thing, not communism, not anarchism, not liberalism, but democracy. And no, it's not too late for that. Don't be coming into my chat talking about how you don't think democracy is going to work out. Because perfect example, what's happening right now, completely undemocratic in every way. I just disagree with that, Woke Patriot. I don't have time to get into the debate, but no, I just totally disagree with that. That maybe your flavor of anarchism is more democratic. But if your flavor of anarchism is democratic, that means that there's a hierarchy. That means that you would need police and a justice system to enforce it. And last time I checked, policing is antithetical to anarchism. Oh, I see. For the left to be divided. No, it doesn't mean any of that. Okay. Yeah. So if we have a hierarchy, if we have police, it's not anarchy. You can't have both. But I do think what I would like to do is do a deep dive on your specific flavor of political belief to see what the hell you're talking about. Because you keep insisting, oh, it's democratic, it's democratic. Yeah, so how are you going to enforce this democratic system? So we'll get into it later. I feel like this is a debate that happens quite a bit in leftist circles. But once again, it goes back to what I'm saying. Fine, you want to be an anarchist, you want to be a communist, you want to be a mixture of both. As long as we're talking about democracy as the central mechanism for people to implement this system and to maintain this system. Right? That's where I'm coming from. Okay. All right. Kind of the blind leading the blind over here, huh, Woke Patriot? Less blind when it's for you. Problem is everybody is. Yeah, I'm not down with it. I'm okay with a hierarchy as long as there are checks and balances and transparency. A hierarchy without checks and balances and transparency is just authoritarianism. Well, we'll have to find something, because I certainly am not going to go to Noam Chomsky. I don't care how correct he is. Let's find somebody else, because that's the same belief, the anarchist capitalist or anarchist communist system that you're talking about. That's the one that Noam Chomsky has, right? It's like, man, we need to find me someone else, literally anybody else. Okay. But here's the thing, like if the system that this perfect system or this semi-perfect system or the correct system, in your opinion, is so complicated that we need scholars to describe it, I don't know if that's the right system. Look, I'm not saying that he's not correct. I'm just saying that it's not, it's just not, well, I'm not doing it. I'm not saying that, his association with known pedophile Jeffrey Epstein disqualifies everything that he's ever said. I agree with your pushback on guilt by association at that level. I just, personally, I can't look at him without being absolutely fucking disgusted with him. I don't care if the motherfucker's, the next incarnation of Martin Luther King, my hero. So this is where I go back to democracy, though, because people can wrap their head around democracy. You know what I mean? You don't need a scholar like Noam Chomsky to explain why democracy is effective, why that's the best worst system. Does everybody living fully understand the system? No, of course not. But anyway, it was a good conversation, so thank you for spending the time to try and help me understand it better. But I would like to do a deep dive. Who isn't Noam Chomsky? Sorry, but of course they're needed. Of course. But we're talking about normies, okay? Certainly, you would agree we got to get the normies on board to make this happen. We got to keep it simple for the normies. Okay, a 3-hour symposium with associate of Jeffrey Epstein, Noam Chomsky, is not going to get the normies on board. And this is where characters like Zohran Mamdani. Okay, you know what I'm talking about. Don't get all fucking pedantic on me. You know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay, we got to get regular folks on board. So that means, and one sign of an intelligent person is to take incredibly complicated ideas and, package them in a way that can make simpletons like me and the rest of the normies wrap their heads around. Hopefully you would agree with that it takes smart people to make smart ideas palatable for regular folks, aka normies. All right, the people that aren't politics obsessed. We were talking about them earlier, right? We got people who don't even know who the vice president is. They don't know we have, the system of government in America is, 3 branches. Like, they don't even get the fundamentals. And I think that's where characters like Zohran Mamdani come in, who are able to strike that balance between academics and delivery populism. We need more Zohran Mamdanis. Hopefully you would agree there. Even if you don't agree with his politics fully, you would agree that it's the right direction to be going in. We can't, regular folks, they don't have the time, they don't have the patience to be listening to a 4-hour Noam Chomsky symposium. I wonder how happy everyone will be when Mamdani is in a year. So you're already. And that's your own fault, man. Associating democratic socialism with liberalism, that's your own fault. Because it's not the same. It's not moderated capitalism. It's not even like we need to educate so much as we need to inspire. Because if you go throughout history, like Mao had the support of the peasants. They didn't understand communist theory. They didn't really get it. They didn't really get Marxism. They didn't really get all that shit. But they were inspired. So it's not even like we need to fully educate people, but we got to learn how to package these ideas in a way that inspire people. Racism will always exist because ignorance will exist. So the idea that we completely eradicate racism first and then we start working on the political system is stupid. We have to walk and chew gum. We have to understand that everyone has the capacity for racism and ignorance, and do our best to slowly but surely fight against those things. Even in the fictional Star Trek universe, racism existed. Star Trek makes it even easier because there's monocultures, you know. Now happy people are so relevant to thousands who are now getting food. I mean, he's off to the races, Lost on Earth, you know. I think what Woke Patriot is kind of trying to say here maybe is that you know, we better deliver. You know, if people are going to shake this idea that democratic socialism is just another form of liberalism, we need to deliver on our ideas. There's no doubt in my mind on that one. The Marvel Universe, huh? In my opinion, the type of regulation, quote unquote, in economic theory that is commonly endorsed by Americans who claim to be democratic socialists, in fact, not much more. Yeah, but you're generalizing. You're generalizing. I do agree though that we have to deliver. We have to deliver. And if it is just warmed up capitalism masquerading as something called democratic socialism, it's not going to be enough to get us over the finish line. And I do admit my own bias towards democratic socialism. Like I said before, though, I believe the system that will bring us to the thing that is closest to happiness for the most amount of people has to be rooted in democracy. Because democracy is the best worst system that we've been able to come up with. And democracy is a system that is oftentimes inherently contradictory, inherently hypocritical, which is exactly how human beings operate. You know, the system has to be human. It has to be human. We do need to deliver. The best way to do so is increasing material conditions. And yeah, we have to. We have to address that. That has to be the biggest priority, right? We have to make people's lives better. They're not going to, they're not going to go to the grocery store and be happy with paying $10 for a loaf of bread. Knowing that the theory of their political belief is spot on, right? So if the democratic socialist movement is to convince people like Woke Patriot that it's a viable system and not just warmed over capitalism, masquerading as some kind of socialist system, it has to deliver on material needs of folks. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. So how about we tax the fucking rich, huh? We can all agree there. I don't need to know what box you fit in on that one. Tax the fucking rich already. All right, folks. Once again, good discussion, and thank you once again to Woke Patriot for your educated input. I do appreciate it. How about no more rich? I'm okay with rich folks, right? I really like this idea of, like, you make $1 billion or you make $50 billion and that's it. 100% of your money after 1 billion or 50 billion or something you're taxed, right? And you get a little certificate or you get a plaque that says you've won capitalism. I like that idea. Because what is the point of a billionaire, right? What is the point of a billionaire? How do they help? They don't help society. There's not a billionaire that exists. Even Mark Cuban, there's not a billionaire that exists that is, helping us and got there by helping people, got there by, making people's lives better. If you're a billionaire, you've done it by being an exploiter. Right? Yeah, I think so. Bernie's always talking about Denmark. I'm a commie. Everyone eats, everyone has a home, nobody hoards wealth or resources. As far as I can tell, differ from me in a rich people part, and they want to seem to endorse some sort of permanent political and economic hierarchy. Yeah, we disagree. We disagree because, you know, that what you're talking about is consolidating an immense amount of power, the power to assign, you know, resources like housing and food to a small amount of people. But maybe that's where the anarchism part of your ANCOM belief comes in, where somehow that consolidation of power wouldn't happen. There would still be the some kind of central committees on these things, distributing these things, but it wouldn't be a consolidation of power. Maybe. But yeah, I disagree with that. I would have to see, you know, I would have to really be convinced of that one, right? Because there would have to be an immense system of checks and balances and transparency, right? The ability for any person in that system to be part of that decision-making process if they so desire, right? But maybe I should read more of these Noam Chomsky books I have on my shelf. I'm sure him and Jeffrey had such great conversations in between discussions about Lolita. I'm sure Jeffrey and Noam Chomsky were just, you know, chatting it up on the Lolita Express about those various things. Now, to be fair to Noam Chomsky and his association with Jeffrey Epstein, there's no pictures of Noam Chomsky with women. And we know Jeffrey Epstein was an extremely powerful man who hung out in all different kinds of circles. Yeah, he did. He absolutely did. At a certain point, though, an extremely smart and well-read person like Noam Chomsky would have to have known the kind of person that Jeffrey Epstein was. And he chose to associate with him, even professionally, you know, with that individual, which is pretty fucking disgusting. But that doesn't completely discredit his academic, you know, his academic achievements. Yeah. All right. Good discussion. We'll agree to disagree for now. But I would like to do a deep dive on this ANCOM belief. Because I'm like, where's the democracy part? And if you're telling me, oh, it's not democratic, then it's not for me. You know. So one of these days, when we get a break from the nonstop barrage of fascist authoritarian news, we should do a deep dive on ANCOM beliefs, because it does sound interesting, according to you, right? For me, it is intriguing. Anyway, thanks again, folks. Thank you, Woke Patriot, once again for your opinions and your time. Ponder Monkey, Lost on Earth, Word 'em Up. Big props to, let's see who else in this motherfucker. Seneca Athena, Lenny, of course. Thank you again, Lenny, for coming in. Hope you're doing well over there. Big props to German Cow, strategy member, Blase. Thank you, Blase, for coming in. And all the rest. Whatever. Whatever. That's fine. You do you, Woke Patriot. I'm just going to do the best that I can do. But no, thank you once again, everybody. And we'll see you next time on the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. Let's not forget about the 3-step program, folks. Nonviolent direct political action. I completely doubt that if I did the proper reading, that you would change your opinion on any of this. But at some level, I do agree, right? Like, I'm not gonna get my car fixed by somebody that's seen a couple YouTube videos on auto repair, right? I'm gonna want to talk to a person who actually knows how to fix cars, right? With that said, I just anybody but Noam Chomsky, okay? Anybody, even somebody that's an expert on Noam Chomsky, okay? Anybody but Noam Chomsky. known associate of Jeffrey Epstein, Noam Chomsky. Thanks again. You're banned. You're banned. Get the hell out of here. You're banned. Thanks again, folks. Putting that in the suggestions. Anybody but Noam. Anybody but Noam, okay? My only stipulation is that there isn't a picture of this person hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. I put him in the book recommendation. Look, man. Look, I'm not saying no Noam Chomsky. I'm just saying, can we get to him later? Can we get to him later? Anybody I listen to is going to be basing a lot of what they're saying off Noam Chomsky, though, because he's the guy when you want to talk to about ANCOM stuff, right? Right. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah, all right. Fair enough. Get back to me when you've read one of Graeber's books, and I will continue to talk down to you. Continue to disagree with everything that you say. But fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you again, Woke Patriot.